All right. Hello, hello. All right. I've been procrastinating too much on this. We're finally going to be discussing the recap for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the orchestra that I attended, Advent Children, which I also watched Saturday, so last weekend, and we're going to be getting into theories that I have in terms of what's next for the third installment. So, we have a lot to unpack today, and I want to make sure that we really dive into everything. I think that there's going to be some stuff that I'm kind of working through on the fly. And I wanted to be more prepared for this stream and really write everything down and spend a bunch of time doing this. But I realized that the more that I wait, the more I'm delaying and procrastinating this happening, this stream in particular. So bear with me. We're gonna wing it in some ways. I think that's better. We get more of a fresh perspective, and we don't lose, some of the insight that I have gained through playing through the game, and also going to the orchestra and Advent Children, all those experiences. I kind of want to recap while they're still fresh. And so that is my intent today. Apologies that it was not yesterday. I know I said I would actually stream this today, or sorry, stream it yesterday, not today. And the reason why I did not do that is because I watched back my Assassin's Creed Shadows stream, and some people noticed, but not a lot of people did. My audio was not synced. The voice was not synced with the camera. The gameplay was fine. The gameplay with audio was synced. What's up, Nuka? And so in that regard, it was okay, but I wanted to make sure I addressed those issues prior to actually doing this stream. And yeah, I actually do want to get back into Assassin's Creed's Shadows, so getting through this and discussing everything is important so that I can start streaming that as well. So let's talk a little bit about the orchestra and the performance. That was a really interesting. Let me just pull up some notes. That was a really interesting performance, honestly. It was a 2-hour performance, and there was actually it was about an hour and 40-ish minutes. It's closer to that, but there was a 25-minute intermission. So you could argue that it's around an hour and 40 minutes. So this was apparently the last North America performance, which is kind of crazy that I got to see that. And it played somewhat in the order of the timeline. They went through and they played. Oh, audio and camera not synced? No! You gotta be kidding me. It's still an issue? Truly? How bad is it? No, it's probably not your end, because I spent literally a whole day yesterday trying to fix this. Yeah, that sucks if that's the case. That really does suck. Because we're going to spend a lot of time talking. Please say something. I am saying something. Hello. How is it? This is me clapping. How bad is it? Nope, still in sync. But how bad? How bad is it? How bad is it? Is it like a millisecond? Line half a second delayed? Half a second delayed, alright. I will try to edit this on the fly. One momento. Feels like you're watching it drunk. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. Alright. First thing we'll do is we'll set this to auto detect. And then, okay, how's this right now? Just before I make any adjustments. Is it okay right now? Like how is the sync? Still bad? Still good? Still off, but it's okay? Okay. Alright. Let's see. So I will adjust it to... Could be worse. Could be worse? Okay. 20 millisecond adjustment. How about that? Alright. Let me know how that is. Is this okay? Better? Worse? It's crazy that I spent all day yesterday working on this and it's still an issue. Clap test? How's that? Perfection? Okay. That's great to hear. I'm surprised that we got it on the first try. I knew it couldn't be like too far off though. 0.17 second delayed. All right. All right. I will try. Let's see. Give me just a second. I gotta see what this delay is set to. Girl, you just stream? I mean, I would love to. I want the viewer experience to be good too, you know? Like, I don't want it to be terrible for you guys. Okay, this is 178. Let's try... Don't give a frag about the small delay. Let's just, I mean, like, if I can fix it so that it's like just a little bit better, then like I'm okay with that. All right, let's see how this is. Clap test. How's it? Better? Worse? I don't expect you to have like, you know, a perfect intuition on whether the audio is synced or not. So just go based on what feels good to you. It's a lot of consideration. This is fine. Is it worse or? Because we can go back. Like, is it worse? No, it works. So it is better. Yeah. It is better. All right. Okay. All right, well, we'll go with it, I guess. I mean, hopefully it's not too far off. All right, so back to the orchestra. So yeah, I went to the orchestra Saturday, and it was a 2-hour performance, like I was mentioning. Last North American performance, according to the composer, or not the composer, the conductor. And so, like, I'm surprised that I got to see one of the last performances, which is really cool. Like, it makes it even that more special, you know? So in terms of, like, the timeline of, like, how they played through all the music, it was somewhat in order. They did separate things out into, like, themes, though. So, like, they had essentially, like, kind of like their, you know, starter that kind of, like, introduced you to, like, the normal, like, Final Fantasy VII world. So, like, you know, you have your like intro song that you hear, like, all the time. This, like, dun dun dun, you know. And then from there, they kind of broke out into themes, and those themes were interesting. Like, it, like I said, was kind of chronological, but not completely. And they also showed cutscenes all throughout the orchestra performance. So you were watching on screen cutscenes from Rebirth the entire time. So they had those go along with the actual you know, music that was being performed. But the cutscenes didn't always necessarily, like, line up with what the music was, and that was just because there's a lot of music and there's not as many cutscenes. Like, there's still a lot of cutscenes, don't get me wrong. Like, the number of cutscenes for Rebirth, it's 11 hours. 11 hours of cutscenes, which is nothing to sneeze at. That's basically, you know, multiple movies, honestly. So it's a lot, but, like, I think they just didn't have contextually enough cutscenes to show in relation to the music that's being played. So they did some cutscenes out of order. They did some stuff that was, like, just, like, gameplay. So they did show some gameplay, like, you know, Cloud or whoever just walking along, like, going to the next objective or whatever, or riding a chocobo, or, you know, things like that. So, like, there was some filler, as you might, you know, say. But overall, I think it was, like, fairly well put together in terms of how they performed everything. I will say, though, started really strong. Like, the first, like, I was gonna say, like, 30-40 minutes of the orchestra was great. Like, it was, you know, but after that first 30-40 minutes, it started to go into music that felt more less practiced and more maybe just, like, not really something that, like, fans would have picked to listen to. Like, they did the Queen's Blood song, which is, like, it's a great song. It's just, I heard it so much, and it's, like, not necessarily a song that I, like, think of when I think Final Fantasy VII. You know what I mean? So there was that, and then they did, like, they did some stuff, like, for Costa del Sol, and they did the Stamp song, you know, like the Bow Wow Bow, which is, like, objectively a pretty decent song, so it's, like, not that big a deal. But some of the choices for what they picked to perform were, like, oh, you know, like, I would have loved to have heard, you know, this song instead, or that song instead. And, like, for instance, like, they didn't play Zack's theme, which kind of a loss, honestly. They did play around 3 or 4 songs that were, like, you know, like, Tearworks. they brought out the Tearworks, you know. So there were some really good songs in there, and I think that out of everything that they had, the hits were really well practiced and they performed them well. It's just that they were kind of, some were a little bit scattered in, and most of them were kind of like at the start and at the end. So they did like most of the like really heavy hitters at the end. But they also played the song from the Gold Saucer that Aerith performs, and they also play, but like the only like one little sad part about that is like they performed it, but they didn't have a singer. So like the person that like sang that song wasn't there, and there was no one that was like really, you know, filling in that, you know, that missing part of the song. So it's just the instrumentals, and it was still good. It just like didn't hit as much, you know, because like that like brought so much to the performance. So yeah, overall great experience. It was a good time. I felt like the entire place was like I was surprised at the level of diversity that there was in the crowd. Like the entire place was packed, and I was just surprised that the diversity of fans that I saw at the orchestra was pretty huge. And I love to see it. Like, you know, sometimes you get in like a bubble of like, you know, I love this game. It's such a great game, and I would love to, you know, talk to other people that love this game, but they're probably not very many. It's just, you know, like Final Fantasy VII, I think, is an exception. Like it's pretty popular, pretty big game, but like at the same time, you don't really know at what level do people love it versus like what level you love it. You know, like it's different. So, seeing the number of people, seeing like their reactions, like there was someone sitting next to me that started crying during one of the songs, which was like, you know, that really touched me. Like I was happy to see that like there was an emotional response, not just from me, but other people in the crowd. And yeah, what else? Let's see. I wanted to get some merch. But the merch line was like, it was crazy. Like it was so long. They had this like spiral ramp that kind of went up at the center of the building, and that ramp was just like a line full all the way up to the top floor of people waiting in line for merch. And I was just like, I'm not getting merch. Like that's insane. But I did look at the merch to see like what they were selling, and like just to see if like there's anything that I might want to buy. Most of what they were selling was like stuff you could get from the Distant Worlds orchestra performances, which you can also just purchase online. So like the vinyl records and stuff like that. They were selling a shirt, which I kind of wanted to get, but it was like not good enough of a shirt that I would want to wait in line for it, or that, you know, it was something that I would like feel like I missed out on. So I just decided not to go for it. Like I just went and, you know, waited in the orchestra room and waited for them to start performing. So let's see what else. Oh, there was a good amount of people cosplaying too. There was at least like, I want to say 3 or 4 Aerith cosplayers at varying levels of like complexity, of course. Like there was one person that was just wearing the bow, and then there was people that were wearing the full outfit, and it just kind of like, it was a mixed bag of cosplays for her. And then there was one person that was cosplayed as Vincent, and he looked pretty cool. Like he was like full garb of Vincent. It was pretty complex. Supposedly there was like a red cosplay that someone posted on the forums. Let me see if I can't find it. Orchestra. Let me see. Yes, I found it. Okay. All right, let me show you. Yeah, so I mean, I did not see this person. You can see the line, by the way. This is the line. So like they were all kind of like hanging over the railing and stuff. That's because they were just waiting in line, waiting for people to go through merch and get merch. But yeah, this person posted on one of the Reddit forums, and I saw this like after I came back from the orchestra performance. But yeah, so like a good amount of people cosplayed, which is really cool. Yeah, so that's about it for the orchestra performance. That kind of takes us into some of the recap for Advent Children, which I watched the same day. I watched it before I went to the orchestra. So the orchestra was at like later in the night at like 8 p.m. and I watched Advent Children like around like the afternoon or so. And I have to say that movie still holds up. It still holds up. Like it was a great movie. And I seen it when I was a kid, like really young. And I remembered like certain scenes and stuff, but there was definitely a lot that I forgot in terms of like the overall story. Which, if you don't know, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to be talking about spoilers pretty much all day. So, like, if you want to avoid spoilers, make sure that you're, not listening. But for Advent Children, there was basically this disease that was occurring called the geostigma, as they, named it. And the geostigma was apparently just, it almost sounded like it was Mako poisoning at first, but it's not. Like it gives you like basically like marks on your skin, which is why Cloud wears his sleeved outfit, where like one arm is like completely sleeved and the other arm is like, completely bare. And I thought that was interesting because like it's both like, a choice into what his outfit looks like, but it also is goes along with the story and like makes sense. So he ends up getting it. He ends up like contracting it. And it turns out like the reality of the situation is that this is something that is from Sephiroth or maybe Genova, which I'm going to get into like when I start to talk about theories and stuff like that. But yeah, so like this geostigma is basically like a death sentence. You die if you contract it after enough amount of time. So like a lot of people ended up getting this, including Cloud himself, and Cloud is essentially like he's trying to save people along with Tifa. They had started their own like delivery business, and they were, this is basically post after everything that happens in the OG story of Final Fantasy VII. So there is a little bit of like spoiler in the sense that like, things are different compared to what we will see in the third installment of the remake trilogy. So yeah, I thought it was really good though. Like it was cool to see all the characters in the different contexts. There is still stuff that like they didn't quite explain. Like it was just kind of left up to the viewer's discretion. Like they didn't explain the red ribbons that like everyone is like wearing. I think like Tifa wears one on her arm, like right here. I think like everyone in the cast wears one, but like it's almost assumes that everyone should know like what that means. It's you know, it's like a ribbon for Aerith, right? It's to mourn her loss and like keep her part of them through like the rest of their life. So they all wear one. They all wear a red ribbon. And what else? There's also some pretty interesting things, like Cloud has he has like the wolf. Let me see if I can't find a picture of it. Advent Children wolf. Yeah, so this shows up in pretty much multiple locations. Like I want to say like you see it in about like 3 locations within the story, and it's part of Cloud's outfit. He wears it as earrings. He wears it on one of his like breastplate, like as a little like ornament. And then you also see the wolf represented like physically, although not ever seen as being like necessarily real. Sometimes it's like kind of seen as being something that is just there, but not maybe not actually like a real physical manifestation of a wolf. So some people believe this is like his it's like his desire to overcome like, you know, what he is like feeling in the moment, which is like, you know, they say it right here that he feels like a lone wolf, and that he's trying to overcome the issues that he's facing on his own, despite having friends that want to be there and like want to go through it with him. And so he's like very avoidant a lot of the way through Advent Children. But as it kind of progresses, like he does eventually like rekindle his friendships and reconnect with people. So like that story beat is interesting. And they do show supposedly like, you know, I mean, this, you can interpret this how you want, but like they show the wolf like showing up and then disappearing as like Cloud like awakens. And so like people have made the assessment that like that was him overcoming it and like him being able to move on. But yeah, so like that was pretty interesting. I think overall, like I really enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed Advent Children. I do feel like it still holds up today, even like how many years is it now? It's been a while, right? Hold on, let me find out. Advent Children release date 2005. Yeah, so like it still holds up 20 years later. 20 years later, that's crazy. Absurd, even. So, good movie. Definitely recommend watching it. I do feel like it's probably worth it to watch it after Rebirth, because you get most of the OG story that is relevant, and then it feels like after Rebirth, like things are kind of up in the air, and it's not super clear where the story is going. Like there's a lot of like speculation, a lot of unknowns, and a lot of things that are still untold in this story. And so it is a good place to watch Advent Children, because after Rebirth, like the next game is gonna reveal all the unknowns, right? It's gonna tell everything. So you go into, you know, finishing Rebirth into playing or playing Rebirth and then finishing and then watching Advent Children, you'll actually get a, you know, somewhat complete experience because it has parts from the OG game and its own like kind of deviation. So I think it's pretty cool. All right. So all of that being said, I think it's time we finally start to dive into like theories that I have. Let's see where to start. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of interesting things in this game in terms of Rebirth. Like, they definitely reveal a lot. If you want to get the most story and the most, like, I would say lore, Crisis Core is really where you get a lot of it. And even just in prep for this, like, this stream to like kind of talk about theories, I went back and watched some of the cutscenes, which we may do a little bit later, because I have all the cutscenes open for both Crisis Core, Remake, and Rebirth. And when I was going through Crisis Core, there's a lot of interesting things that are brought up that I didn't necessarily pick up on the first time that I played it through. And they started to make a little bit more sense in the context of Rebirth. So, just a little bit of a recap. Let's just talk basics here, right? So, Cloud, Zack, Sephiroth, and other characters that are seen throughout the series are experiments of Hojo. And they're not just humans. They are humans, but they're Mako infused humans. But they can't just be Mako infused, because Mako in its own like pure form is poisonous. It kills humans, right? Like it is too powerful for them to be able to actually contain within their bodies without killing them. So Hojo made the decision to actually take Genova's cells and use that to infuse them into the humans, the experiments that he did, and create Mako infused humans. We gotta switch songs. We gotta switch songs. We need some maybe we'll switch to some Final Fantasy 7 songs actually. Give me just a second. I just got this Mario soundtrack playing in my ears while I'm talking about Final Fantasy. It's really weird. So, okay. So let's talk a little bit about Jenova, because I think that it's important to really kind of put in context like what Jenova is. So Jenova is, by all accounts, an alien that basically came to Gaia, which is the planet that they're on, and essentially is a foreign body to Gaia's like life system. And in Rebirth, we learned that the life stream, the thing that is keeping Gaia, you know, running, the thing that powers the planet and the life that lives there, the life stream, is made up of people both alive and unalive, you know, people that are living and dead. And that life stream is made up of both the Cetra and also the humans that reside there. And it is also mentioned in Rebirth that people like the Gi, which are like, you know, like a foreign uh, they're like foreign people to Gaia, along with Genova. I'm not sure if they're also considered aliens or like what their like whole lore is, but the Gi are not allowed to be a part of the live stream, and they can't die. They're not allowed to die. So like they're actually like just forced to live on eternally, but like in a form that is like essentially like in their deceased state, right? So they're kind of just like ghosts in a way, which is really weird, but like that's the reality of it. And then you know, consider Genova, like she is kind of the same as that, right? Like she was not permitted to be a part of the live stream. And there's I think there's a clarity from Sephiroth. You know, he says it himself in Crisis Core that Genova was basically an experiment to the humans and was mistreated by the planet and by the humans. And so Sephiroth wanting to take back the planet, as he says it, and destroy the humans is all in line with what he sees as a goal of his. And when you talk about Sephiroth, like in terms of his goals, he says, you know, he believes he's the chosen one, meant to rule the planet. He wants to go to the promised land with Genova, and he wants to take back the planet with her, meaning killing all life on the planet. And he doesn't see humans as the same as him and Genova, even though he is technically human, right? He's like part human. And yeah, so it's pretty interesting. I don't think that there's really been explicit detail into what the promised land is, at least from Remake, Crisis Core, and Rebirth. Like none of those games have explicitly told the player what the promised land is. It may be mentioned in the OG game. I don't personally remember. It's been years since I played. But I think that's interesting. And then let's talk about how Sephiroth is able to survive. So for instance, it's talked about all throughout the three games that from the experimentation of Hojo, it was imperfect. It was never quite perfected, in the sense that the degradation that they experience will eventually kill them and return them to the live stream, right? So the degradation is really heavily talked about in Crisis Core. You see the results of it more so than you do in Remake and Rebirth, but it's essentially like a cracking, a loss of color, hair fading to white. Also, there's an interesting correlation in that people that have degraded for some reason start to get wings, even though like that isn't really necessarily explained. But it seems like a later symptom of degradation is potentially getting wings. So, and something else that you'll see in Crisis Core, and this is just maybe a symptom of censorship or whatever the case is, but when Cloud gets injured in Crisis Core, a black smoke like comes out of him. I'm not too sure if I recall that happening in any of the other like instances where people have gotten injured that have been experiments by Hojo in like Remake or Rebirth. Off the top of my head, I feel like I probably have seen that, but I just can't remember if I'm just putting, if like I'm lumping that all from like Crisis Core, which it did show those things. I'm lumping those like memories in with remake and rebirth. I don't know for sure. But the degradation, you know, it eventually kills them, and the degradation is really truly just the Mako that is killing them. You know, it's the Genova cells that have been infused in their bodies, which is what is happening for the experiments to make them into, you know. So like if you think about it from the perspective of like, okay, Genova is an alien, she can like circum the Mako energy and like is not affected in the same way that humans are, then it makes sense why Genova is a part of this equation at all, because she is used as a means to keep the humans alive. And all throughout the series, you see these like experiments that Hojo is trying to do to perfect this process and make experiments that stop the Mako from killing them, but also keep them cognizant and capable of, you know, doing whatever he wants them to do. So he's trying to create a like perfect being in his mind, in that like they survive Mako, they are able to live, but they also you know, have control and can use their powers and everything. So with that being said, I think it's important to note that there are exceptions here, right? The people that survive the degradation are limited. Hojo apparently, supposedly, was able to stop the degradation from the point that Sephiroth was brought into existence. So Sephiroth is the experiment that succeeded. And all throughout of Crisis Core, they talk about the S cell, which is just code for Sephiroth's cells. And Genesis is one of the characters in Crisis Core that is trying to get his hands on S cells. And the reason he's trying to do that is because he's on the brink of death, right? And he thinks that he can stop the degradation if he gets the S cells that would prevent him from degrading and dying. So Sephiroth is supposedly the you know, person that can survive everything. And what's interesting in Crisis Core is both Zack and Cloud are caught near the end of the like game, and they're caught by Hojo, and Hojo experiments on both of them and injects the pure S cells inside of both of them. So supposedly they both should be able to withstand the degradation and not experience the degradation in the way that Genesis and Angel and, you know, other people in Crisis Core experienced it. And it also explains why the symptoms of degradation are different in Crisis Core versus like Remake and Rebirth, because Hojo's already perfected the process. He already knows how to prevent degradation from happening at a high level. But it is with the assumption that like he's able to like, you know, continue to get S cells, because it's not clear whether or not the experiment is reproducible. And yeah, so like he could be the one and only experiment that just happened to work for whatever reason. Like some deviation or change in Sephiroth's cells that allowed him to survive and not the others. Either way, you know, that's kind of like a good point of understanding for why Sephiroth is special, and later why both Zack and Cloud have his cells inside of them, which is really important because this kind of ties in with my theories going forward, which is that the hallucinations that we see Cloud experiencing all throughout Remake, all throughout Rebirth, something interesting happens in Crisis Core. Before Sephiroth actually starts to, I would say, turn evil, and you know, before he goes on his deep dive studying in the archives and trying to understand his origin and the origin of Jenova and so on and so on and so on, before all that happens, he hallucinates himself. It's not directly like shown to the player, but he has like the symptoms of hallucinating, which is like he has headaches, and he you know, like holds his head and like is in pain like that. The same thing that Cloud does. So you might see where I'm going with this already. I think, this is my theory, I think that the hallucinations are actually a symptom of degradation. It's just not a physical degradation. It is a mental degradation that happens from Jenova and is infecting them. And it is infecting Cloud because he was injected by Sephiroth. He was injected by Hojo with Sephiroth's cells that also contain the cells of Jenova, and so he also experiences the he experienced, you know, the visions. I'm just gonna say visions because I'm struggling right now. He experiences the visions that, you know, Sephiroth seems to experience himself in Crisis Core. And the other interesting thing about this is that these visions are almost always bad, right? They're almost always bad. In Rebirth and in Remake, they're like almost always like Sephiroth, or they're you know, like some sort of things that have happened or that like Cloud worries about happening. And you know, there's a whole nother argument to talk about in terms of the two worlds theory, in that there are two worlds or two timelines, whatever you want to call it. They call them worlds in Rebirth, but two different worlds that are deviations of each other. And these worlds are almost seemingly related to both Zack and Sephiroth. And this is another one of my theories. I think that the two characters that have the most impact on the fate of Gaia and the live stream and everything that happens to life on Gaia are these two characters. And that is because they both have the ability to change fate, in the sense that like they can make decisions that, you know, at least that's how it's been shown, right? So I'll give some evidence to kind of back this theory up. So first piece of evidence, Sephiroth is able to like cut through time and space and essentially put people into a separate universe or a separate world. And he does so in multiple battles, both in Remake and in Rebirth, and he also does so for Zack. And my theory is that because he has that ability, he can change, you know, time and space for these two different worlds. And I think that the two worlds are a deviation between the decisions that Sephiroth and Zack make and how they play out. One world, Aerith potentially dies, and she is not able to stop Sephiroth, and you know, the world eventually potentially ends, or whatever the case is, right? Like, we don't really know for sure like where they're going with the third installment. This is not in relation to the OG story. So that's like, you know, one way that it could go, right? And then the third, or the second way that it could go, which is kind of Zack's path, is that he is able to make an impact in the timeline in one of the worlds that deviates from Sephiroth's path, that makes it so that the things that occur are different. The biggest thing that he could do to impact the timeline would be to save Aerith, to keep her alive, to make it so that she can do more to prevent and stop Sephiroth. All right, so that's a lot that we just kind of went through, and I want to like kind of want to recap a little bit. So we know about Sephiroth, we know about Cloud and Zack, and like how they came to be, and like kind of their origins. They're infused with Genova cells, along with you know, all three of them having Sephiroth cells that were able to survive that infusion of Genova cells. They're also Mako infused. They're all humans, and they're able to like survive and not degrade in a way that is physically noticeable. Then after that, we have to talk about the Whispers. So the Arbiters of Fate, as they're called, the Whispers are another part of this theory. We notice that the Whispers are two different colors. There's white Whispers and there's black Whispers. I also have the theory that these Whispers are actually a part of the two deviations, the two worlds between Sephiroth and Zack. And the white Whispers kind of makes sense in the correlation color-wise, because there's a distinction you see between Cloud and Geel, Genesis and Sephiroth. They have different colored wings. Okay, so Cloud is seen having white feathers. He's not truly ever seen having wings that are, you know, sprouted and that he uses, but in cutscenes, there's almost always these white feathers around him. And Angeal had white feathers in Crisis Core. On the, you know, reverse side, Genesis and Sephiroth both have black wings. So there is some, you know, theory to back that up, that like the, you know, the two of them have intentions that are different, or are conflicting in a way. So we see that there's this use of color that allows to like kind of help tell the narrative with who his intentions are, what their intentions are, and like what they're trying to accomplish. And Zack is never ever like shown to have white wings, but he talks about wanting the wings in Crisis Core. And so if, you know, the convention is to be followed, one could argue that he would have white wings, right? Like he would have white wings if he got them. So I think that the, you know, the theory of the whispers kind of holds up in the sense that you could say these two are like fighting against each other, conflicting, and then they have two different like goals that are trying to manifest themselves into reality. And if that is the case, then it would make sense why these whispers, these arbiters of fate, are working in the way that they do. Almost always that I've seen, the black whispers have been in a sense mostly like preventing the, you know, Cloud and the team from achieving their goals, right? Doing the things that they want to do. And the white whispers almost always have not necessarily like been against them, but more so, I would say, guiding them in the right direction. That's my theory. I don't know if it's accurate, like if there's valid evidence there. I haven't had a time to look into this, which is one of the reasons why I was like, I need to do more evidence. I need to look more into this, but I didn't want to like wait too long. So that is a theory that I have less like faith in, but I think has some merits, and I would like to investigate further. So that all being said, I think we should also talk about the hooded people, the hooded figures. So we know that degradation eventually causes the hooded figures to like become what they are. They transform. They even show this in Rebirth. They show the biker guy. I think his name is Roche. How do you say his name? Roche. Okay, Roche. So Roche, he becomes a hooded figure. He becomes a hooded figure at the end of Rebirth. And we know this is from Mako poisoning because it's very explicit in Rebirth. It shows that he is essentially degrading and getting worse. He also, I'm pretty sure, shows signs of Mako poisoning, and that he has like gray or white hair. Let's see if we can't find any of the cutscene with him in it and that happening. All right, let's see. Let's take a look here. Oh God.
Which grants access to the true counterpart hidden between worlds.
Give it back!
Whoa!
That's an interesting scene. Oh, I think I saw...
Last, the time has come.
I thought I saw Roche at some point. I think he shows up.
It's safe to assume the temple and the promised land are one and the same.
Temple and promised land are one and the same.
Then it's gotta be the right place.
That's their assumption, though.
Good thing we let her go.
We don't know that's like actually the case.
I understand the keystone is to be awarded to...
Here we go. I think this is him.
Pretty.
Oh no, that's just Zach.
No. Beautiful. Kind of depends on the angle. She's just great to be
He
around.
shows up in
She from Midgar?
such a short period of time.
City Mouse.
We're looking through like 11 hours of footage here, so bear with me.
Zach Fair. From Gungaga. Head over heels for Aerith. We fought together as soldiers. You were here with me 5 years ago. You came with me on the mission.
I think it must be farther back. I didn't think it was this far though.
Where are you? What happened to you?
I should have known it was too good to be true. I only have limited access from this console.
Let me guess. Limited doesn't cut it.
Nope. But all is not lost. Excuse me, good sir. Would you be so kind as to grant us entry into Shinra Manor?
Don't you have clearance for that?
Oh, F.O.
Let me just look it up. It's so hard to find. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, this is when he actually transforms. Yeah, this is faster. Okay, so you can see that he has gray hair here.
Our long-awaited reunion.
They even kind of like hint at him being Sephiroth here.
I'm not going with you, so back off.
You misunderstood.
So you can see that it's like slightly turning gray, right? Like that's his base color hair, and then like it's turning gray here. And then like earlier on, I'm pretty sure that you'll see like his hair looks normal.
Seek me out, and we'll put our last performance to shame. With a show none shall ever forget.
I guess it is a little gray here, right?
Traveling alone.
Hey.
Okay.
Make me come in there and fetch you, because I would love to do it.
Let's go.
Not grow fonder, my.
Interesting. Yeah, so I mean like it does look a little gray here, like, but I think that's just like highlights. Let's take a look at it again, like here.
As a leader of my own band of brothers,
So this is before he gets experimented by Hojo. So like after he gets experimented on by Hojo,
our fearless captain.
then yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. So I'm not seeing just seeing things. Like you can see it's pretty clear, right? Like even though we know these are highlights, like that's his base color hair with the highlights. This is the gray hair. So there's clear signs that there is degradation happening for Roche as well. So yeah, I think that really like shows that that the degradation is still seen the same in Rebirth, even from Crisis Core to Rebirth. Like the degradation is the same, right? But I think what's interesting or of note here is that it doesn't seem like Hojo had access to the S cells, which would have kept him, kept him alive and not degraded into like a hooded figure. So I think that there is merit in the sense that like the hooded figures are still like they're still like the same they're following the same path of like degradation as like Crisis Core. I think what's a little bit more different from Crisis Core is that the hooded figures, they turn into hooded figures first before they return to the live stream. And there is the potential that you could say, okay, well, anything that has been injected with Genova cells is being rejected by the live stream. So this is another theory that I have is is that the life stream is trying to prevent Genova from entering inside of it, or Gaia is trying to prevent this from happening. I mean, you could talk about, like, I'm talking about this kind of like they're one and the same, and they're analogous to each other, because I think that, you know, Gaia, the life stream, the life stream and the goddess, like, they're all like interconnected. And I think that, you know, they all have like the same goals. So I'm just kind of looping them all together, even though like they might be entirely separate and, you know, operate differently. It's just like I'm talking about them in the same context here. So if you were to say, okay, the experiments that are half human, half experiment with the Genova cells that are infused with Mako, they are potentially corrupting the life stream if they return to the life stream when they die. And what's different about Crisis Core versus like Remake and Rebirth, you notice that in Crisis Core, they immediately return to the live stream. They don't turn into hooded figures first. So I think it's feasible that they just, you know, the live stream decided to try and like prevent the corruption from Genova by ensuring that, you know, these Genova infected humans don't return to the live stream, which is perhaps why they walk around as figures that are like, you know, not necessarily conscious or able to really say much or do much. They're just kind of like walking aimlessly and following a direction. And you can say that they're kind of going in the direction of Sephiroth and everything, but that also just backs the theory that if they are part of Genova, that they're following Genova's will. So this goes into like my kind of like the final thoughts that I have into like my, you know, combined theory with everything, is that the Genova experiments are all being controlled by Genova. Everything that has Genova cells is eventually being controlled. It depends on the level of degradation, and it depends on, you know, like what state they're in. But it seems like the ones that are weak of mind, or the ones that are degraded to the point that they are able to be controlled, are controlled by Genova. And if you look at the timeline of when, you know, Sephiroth was, you know, turned into what he is, versus like when Cloud and Zack were turned into what they are with the SLs, like they kind of match up. Like, you know, like there is a time frame where Sephiroth operates with, I would say, an ability to consciously decide his actions and isn't necessarily evil or against humanity, right? But later on, he does become against humanity because, this is my theory, that he was infected with Genova cells, and the degradation went to a point where he was able to no longer like resist against Genova, and Genova kind of gets to decide what to do. And you could also argue that like Genova is the she's embodying Sephiroth and using him as a means to get what she wants. In a similar vein, Cloud as well, right? Because he actually is following along with what Sephiroth wants at the end of Rebirth. Like Sephiroth asked him to bring the black materia to him, and he does. He brings the black materia to Sephiroth. and Sephiroth asks him to do certain things, and he follows along. It also explains why the hallucinations happen for Cloud. They're like manifestations of Genova trying to control Cloud. So this is my kind of like working theory in terms of what I think is happening and what is going to happen going forward. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like it's an interesting deep dive to like go into and like learn more about like what's happening with all the characters and maybe why certain motives are taking place amongst the characters. And there's a lot that's like really left unsaid. So going into this and like understanding more about why these characters might be making these decisions, like it helps a lot to like put more of a context into what they're doing. So yeah, I think that for my theory of what they're going to do for the third installment, I think that there is the possibility that Cloud is taking all these actions, he's doing all these things at the will of Genova, against his will, against what he really wants to do, and not realizing what he's doing. And they're building up to the realization that he did all these things. He basically almost killed Tifa. He ignored the death of Aerith. He is, basically in leagues with Sephiroth and helping him do like what he wants to accomplish. Like it could reveal, like the third game could reveal all of these things and really like spell that out for the player as kind of like a means to reveal everything and, reveal like what is happening. So that's one possibility, right? The other possibility is that in the original game, it's very much a story about loss and grief and the kind of dichotomy of experiencing those things, right? For Remake and Rebirth, there's been a very large focus on hope, on the possibility of changing fate, changing the reality of what happens. And if that is the case, it is kind of serendipitous to have this trilogy focus on hope and the ability to make change. So yes, they could continue the story the way that the original game went and how the full scope of like what happened in the OG game, or they could make changes that make it so that it is a game about hope and like recovery and like dealing with grievance and everything like that, like overcoming things. So I think that'd be a cool way to kind of go about it, but there's certainly like multiple ways they could take it in terms of the third story. Let's see, what else? Yeah, I think that really kind of wraps it up. I think that kind of covers everything, honestly. I think that I kind of covered everything I want to cover in terms of like my theories and everything that's happening. I think there's still a lot that needs to be understood in terms of like the promised land and the Cetra and other aspects of the story that, you know, aren't quite as clear. And, you know, we're gonna see a lot of that revealed in the third installment. But overall, like, I had a lot of fun playing through Rebirth. I really enjoyed getting to see the characters and like seeing them build their connections and relationships with each other, and like going through what they went through together. Like, all of it was really heartwarming and beautiful and really well executed. And you can see that in the way that the game was made. And the developers, like, they said that their intent for Rebirth is to very much focus on a ideology of, okay, what do we want this game to be? What do we want it to accomplish? And the goal of Rebirth was relationships. It was to focus on building relationships and fostering connections between the characters in the game. And you can see that in the combat with both of the synergy abilities. You can see it with the you know, the way the game incentivizes you to build your relationships in order to, you know, get the best cutscenes and the side quests that are available, like how they are all tied to different characters, even though that may not be immediately obvious. So there's a lot of focus on building relationships in Rebirth, and I think it's really cool. All right, so let's go into a little bit about kind of like dev stories. There's a lot of things that we can cover, and so I'm kind of trying to decide what I want to cover. But I do want to read over some of the stuff and watch some of the panels and talk sessions from the developers themselves. I think that'd be a lot of fun to go over and just, you know, get a better understanding of what they were trying to accomplish. I already talked a little bit about what, like, you know, I've heard and seen, but like, I think it'd be great to like kind of go over it together. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to take a look at this article on voices of creativity, crafting worlds, shaping AAA games. And yeah, this is by, I'm so going to butcher this, Noakai Hamagachi. And this was the director for Rebirth. All right. For the 11th installment of our interview series, we sit down with Noaki Hamagachi, the director behind Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, winner of the Grand Award at the PlayStation Partner Awards 2024 Japan, Asia. As part of Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy, an ambitious project to bring Final Fantasy VII back to life with modern technology, he has now achieved back-to-back Grand Awards wins following Remake. We explore the vision and creative process behind this remarkable achievement, covering everything from concept development to team leadership and mindset shaping his approach. All right. Thank you very much. This is the only the second part of the trilogy, and the story is still unfolding. I wasn't sure how it would be received, but having our creative challenges recognized in this way is incredibly rewarding as a creator. It's also a huge source of motivation for the development team as we move forward with the next title, making this award more meaningful. We develop games with the goal of delivering a top-tier AAA experience, not just for players in Japan, but for gamers around the world. We strive to create a level that stands alongside the year's most outstanding titles. From that perspective, being nominated for or winning an award is proof that our work has been recognized and appreciated. It's meaningful validation of everything we put into the game throughout the year. we now create with a global audience in mind from the very start, in the sense we are completely in a completely different era. So talking about the factors when designing a game for a wide global audience, there are so many elements that go into the game development, from the story to every little detail in the game's presentation. We conduct thorough ethical reviews tailored to different regions, taking the time and resources to ensure our work doesn't become a source of negativity for anyone is essential in today's world. Back when the original Final Fantasy VII was released, it was primarily created for the Japanese market, and its global reach expanded as it gained recognition. But today, rather than first prioritizing the Japanese market and letting the game's reaches grow organically, we now create this global audience in mind from the very start. In that sense, we are in a very different era. As Japanese creators, we naturally develop the game in a Japanese first before translating it into other languages. During localization, we sometimes adjust phrasing to better fit different cultural contexts. However, this is a delicate process. Players who have a deep respect and strong feelings for the original work often notice when the slightest difference between Japanese and translated versions and, ask why certain changes were made. It's a challenge we constantly navigate in game creation. And then how do you approach advancements in hardware specs and evolving game landscape? I'm going to skip that one. It's a pretty generic question. It's crucial to have clear, simple concept. Could you share your thoughts on the role of concept in game development? This isn't just about games. It applies to all forms of creative endeavors. A clear concept is the foundation of everything. In both film and game production today, creating something on a large scale involves an incredible number of people. I'm sure this is true for game studios around the world when developing a AAA title. It's not unusual for 300 or more people to be involved. With a team that size, it's crucial to have a clear and simple concept that communicates the game's vision and goals. Without that alignment, it becomes difficult for everyone to move in the same direction, and the lack of cohesion can significantly impact the efficiency and productivity. This is very logistical, but I think this kind of correlates with what I was talking about before in terms of like their vision for relationships. I think we're going to see that soon. On the other hand, it means that once a clear direction is set, everyone can work together seamlessly towards the same goal. Imagine a team of 200 people, each putting in around 230 workdays a year. If everyone is aligned under the same vision, the team's combined effort in just one day can be as impactful as a single person's entire year of work. In a large-scale development, boosting overall productivity is the key to success. To achieve this, my approach is to communicate a simple concept to the team, swiftly turning it into a framework, and then focusing on refining and developing it further. For Rebirth, we chose bonds as one of the central themes. Upon reviewing Kazushiko Nojima's script, sorry for the butchering of names, I'm just so bad at reading these, I was struck by the meticulous attention given to the characters' relationships. Given that the story experience centers around these bonds, I made it clear to the development team that every aspect of the game, from the narrative to the battle system, should be designed with this concept in mind. During the first year, our focus was on establishing the game's core structures, and at that stage, assets and graphics don't need to be fully rendered. The key is to create a rough but playable experience that allowed the team to understand how the game connected, the elements involved, and how the story could be unfold, like which quests might emerge at certain points and what minigames could be introduced. There's a lot of minigames in Rebirth, like a lot. What mattered most was ensuring that the team grasped the overall flow of the game. Once the structure was established, this process of refining and developing it naturally fell into place. What is your philosophy when it comes to remaking a classic game? Our approach we approached this remake with the two key principles in mind. First, we respect the original while enhancing it with details that couldn't fully be depicted at the time. By leveraging modern hardware and graphics, we create moments that feel fresh and exciting. Not by altering the game itself, but revealing new layers of depth. Our goal is to give the player a sense of discovery as they're seeing familiar moments in a whole new light. For example, what if Red could ride a chocobo? That was still such a nightmarish thing to see. I will be honest, like that, I still can't get over that. I kind of wish they didn't do that. It was really wild, but I respect them doing it regardless. Or Aerith wore sunglasses during a tag team attack with Barrett. Although these elements weren't part of the original, the development team expanded on ideas, creating new aspects that still stay true to the core experience. Another key aspect is introducing changes to the game's core structure. New elements, like the inclusion of whispers or Zack's expanded role, are deliberate shifts and unique to the remake. These changes are handled by a small, dedicated team rather than a large group. The title presented a significant challenge because it had to be developed as a trilogy. That's why we've been very conscious of introducing clear, noticeable changes in each installment. It's not just about small changes or small details. Each part needs to have distinct elements that set it apart. Without the experience would start to feel repetitive, and we risk losing player engagement. Oh my god, look at the number of monitors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a 6th monitor. It's a lot of monitors, my guy. What would you say to young people starting out? I strongly encourage them to step out into the world and continue generating new ideas. It's important not to limit your perspectives to the values or market of your own country. Maintaining a broad perspective will become even more crucial for creativity in the generations to come, while it is ideal to travel and experience the world firsthand. We are fortunate to live in an era where content and entertainment are easily accessible. That there are countless opportunities to broaden your perspective and absorb new ideas. Always set your sights on competing on a global stage and hope that together we can contribute to the growth and expansion of Japan's entertainment worldwide. So this kind of touches on something that I did think about for both the original Final Fantasy VII game and potentially remake. I think if you're talking about similarities to cultural, media at the time of Final Fantasy VII, the original creation, I think it's worth mentioning something that is kind of potentially an influence. The original 1986 Aliens movie. And, okay. And you might be saying, Emma, what does this have to do with anything Final Fantasy VII related? Like, it makes no sense. What are you even talking about? Take a look at some of these images. There's a lot of, I would say almost a steampunk aesthetic, like a futuristic steampunk aesthetic in the Aliens universe. And what's interesting is that Aliens came out before Final Fantasy VII, the original, and there is the possibility for something like this to have influenced the like art direction or story, creation of Final Fantasy VII. And I mean, like, there's definitely elements that make sense, like that look, almost like similar to the elements you see in Final Fantasy VII, like Barrett being like a very military macho guy with like these like a big gun arm and everything, to the like very large buildings that are like very steampunk inspired and that are kind of in this dystopian world and things like that. Like these all kind of have a similarity, right? In that sense. And like even like to this point here, like you can see this as kind of like a similar thing in Final Fantasy VI. If you look at Final Fantasy VI, you'll see that there are these characters that have, you know, these like tank style, you know, things that they use to fight. And I mean, like where does that idea originate from? Like, it's possible it could have originated from this. I don't know like how much merit this really holds in terms of a possibility, but like, you know, like you have to keep an open mind when it comes to these things. So if that were true, if aliens did somewhat influence Final Fantasy VII, I think it's also interesting that you have this organism that isn't like an alien organism to the world of Gaia that is essentially infesting humans and taking over and like, you know, copying itself, cloning itself, and creating more of itself, right? That's what the alien in Aliens does. So, I mean, just an interesting thought, something to think about. All right. What is the voice that drives you to create? I see games as a comprehensive form of entertainment, a collaborative art where no single creator defines the entire work. That's what makes it so exciting, the process of bringing together diverse talents of incredible creators. Blending our unique artistic voices into a single experience is what I love most. But for that synergy to happen, I need to bring my own creativity to the table with force. I love the process of creators pushing each other, honing our craft together, and shaping something great. That's where the true joy of creation lies. To be honest, when I first joined Square Enix, I didn't set out to become a director. I started out as an engineer and remained focused on programming for years. I was the lead programmer on Final Fantasy 13, but even then, it wasn't so much about wanting to be a programmer. It was more about asking myself where I could perform at my best, and programming was the answer. From the start, my approach wasn't about creating something purely for my own creativity, but about how I could contribute in the end. I think that's what drives me most is my love for creating as a team. There you go. That's his interview that he did with Sony. So that was pretty cool. Pretty cool interview. All right, so this is a special talk. This is about 42 minutes. So I don't blame you if you don't want to like stick along for all of this. But I think that I'm gonna watch the special talk, which is going to like go into like, you know, I think like some interviewing with the creative team and like talking about more about what they have to say. And then this one is the voice actors that were a part of the English voice cast. And I do want to watch this as well. So I'm gonna start this one first.
哲君はですね、ファイナルファンタジー5から参加したんですね。すごくかっこいいモンスターを描くっていう印象が僕はあって、で6の打ち上げで坂口さんがこう一番前に行って6皆さんお疲れ様でした乾杯って言って始まってしばらくしてからなんかね僕のところに来てね もっと金が欲しいって言って
Oh, let me fix the. There you
そ
go.
こまですごくなんちゅうの自分の気持ち感情をあらわにするタイプなんだと思って、結構おとなしい、パッと見おとなしかったんですよ、それまで。だからその当時のおとなしさを考えると、今ねもうトップで FF シリーズのトップでやってるっていうのはすごいな。やっぱりでも感情をむき出しにするのがやっぱり彼の要素の一つだったんでしょうね。
全然覚えてないですよね。全然覚えてない。ただまあ金が当時全然なかったのは覚えてます。で上松さん家に遊びに行ったことがあって、みんなで、すごいいい家住んでた。すごいいい家住んでると思ってびっくりして。でもそれに比べて俺はどうなんだこのなんか学生の一人暮らしみたいな家はと思って。
まあまだでも若かったですしね、僕の方が随分先輩でしたからね。野島君はですね、一番最初の仕事は多分一緒にさせてもらったのはセブンだと思うんだけど、その前からロックが好き、プロレスが好きっていうことで、多分飲み屋ではそういう話をしてたと思う。
意外と共通の趣味が多かった
そうね。だから他にもロックとかプロレスとか好きなやつらが何人かスクエアにいましたんで、よく某居酒屋さんとか飲んでましたね。
I feel like Seventh Heaven came out of that as
プロレス
well.
の話ばっかりして飲んでた。
もうセブンから。
That must be why there's, a big wrestling guy in Rebirth.
でも多分お互いのサーバーにアップしてるものでしかあんまり交流がないような気が、なんか怖いイメージがあって。
もう大体なんか怖がられるよね。
何でしたっけ、スクエア社員の名簿、スクエアタイムズ、
スクエアタイムズ
っていうので写真の載ってて、テツさんのところが年が変わっても写真も何もコメントも変わってなくていつもお腹が痛いって書いてあって何の情報もくれない人だなと思って。
当時けどスクエアタイムズってまだ人数そこまでじゃない頃にこう手作りの社員名簿みたいなのがあったんで、そこだけどもだんだん大喜利化してましたよね。ふざけるのが当たり前みたいになってきて、
そのコメントのふざけ具合で古い人か新しい人か分かるっていう、この人
古い人はふざけてた？
ふざけてる。
あ、本当？
ふざけてるか全く更新してない。
ああ、なるほどね。で、鉄は更新してなかったんだ。
多分。
でもそのお腹が痛いもふざけてるんで、そんなこと
わざわざね。
ずっと痛いわけねえだろって。
また今年も痛いんだ。
そうですね。だから多分書くことなかったんだと思う。僕はもう安心感です。お二人は。やっぱり世界中からこうナノファンからこう信頼も受けてる通り、なんかお願いして心配だなって思うことはないんですよね。絶対ファンが求めてるものを提供してくれるって思ってるので。
That's a lot of faith. That's cool.
多分普段あんまり面白くないとそんな絡まないかもしれない。
哲さんはいろいろ、当然のことながらいろいろこだわりがある方だとは思ってるんですけど、基本的にその最初にその何をしたいとか、こういうのを入れたいとかっていうのを伝えた後はもうほっといてくれるっていうんですかね、任せてくれるのがすごいありがたいですね。なんかすごい信頼されてる感じがあって、そこはすごいありがたく思ってます。上松さんはもう僕がお会いした時はもう大作曲家だったんで、もちろん尊敬してるんですけど、何かこう常に楽しいことをしてる人だなっていう印象があって、いやいやもう一緒にお仕事させていただいてありがたいです。
哲くんなんかやっぱりいまだに後輩の感じがするんですよね。もう
後輩ですよ。
いやでも本当にペイペイの頃から知ってるんで、力強くなったもんだなっていうのをすごく感じますね。存在がね、なんか堂々としていくっていうかね。
大きくなってってる。
いやお願いしますって言われるとなんか逆にこう身が引き締まるというかね。 偉くなった後輩に頼まれるとなんか頑張んなきゃ俺っていうふうにすごく今回の身が引き締まる感じがしましたね。頼もしい存在になったと思います。
That's
で
interesting.
野島君はねずーっと働いてるんですよ。絶対こいつ遊んでないっていうぐらい何かしら仕事をしてるんですよいつも。だからライバルになりたくないんですよね。勝てないからシナリオでよかったと思って。作曲家だったらなんか勝てそうにない感じがする。
当時まだ紙とかで見てたような気がするんだけど。
オリジナルのセブンのオリジナルの頃、紙だったと思う。
紙でしたよね。
いや、それ多分哲さんだけじゃない。
俺も多分古い人はみんな紙で見てた。
紙で出てって。
僕だってまずほらあれシナリオをもらうじゃん。だからあれがまず分厚いのが来るからさ。
自分もまだ企画書手書きで書いてましたから。
Damn, really?
しかも字もだから手書きで書いて横に絵添えてとかやってたんで。
That's crazy.
しばらくサーバーとかそういう PC を触ってなんかとかやらなかった。
セブンは多分新しい機材が一気にたくさん席に増えた頃なんで、僕も分かってないっちゃ分かってなかったんですけどね。
でもそうね PS になった頃なんで機材がすごいのかもね。
セブンのキャラデザも多分絵で仕上げて発表してたんで、デジタル使ってないですね。だから後々大変な目にあるんですけど。
俺セブンのラストの曲ってタイムコード使ってないんだよ。映像を見せてもらって自分で歌いながらこんな感じこんな感じこんな感じって言って
みんなアナログ
もろアナログもろアナログだから今ね本当はそこでタイムコード使ったらこのシドの顔が出たタイミングで次の展開に行ってとかそういうのを自動でこうできるんだけど俺全部自分でやってたな。
It's crazy to go from analog to digital during that time period.
キタちゃんとかとか驚いてたアナログでやってるんですか。
北瀬さんデジタル化早かったから、
新しいものを覚える余裕がなかったんですよね忙しくて。だからもういいやとパンパンパンパンここで展開変わってって曲をここで展開させてとかいうのはやってましたね。さすがに次の8のオープニングとかからはタイムコード使ったけどそうですね。
セブンまでは自分もアナログでやってたと。
そういうやつもいたというここに
音楽は結構変わったんじゃないですか。
同時発音数が増えたからね。でストリーミングとかでスタジオ録音したものも使えたんですけどまだそのね容量を読み込んでる間ずっと絵が止まってるとかそういうのってあんまりよろしくないなと思ったんでセブンでは僕は全部内蔵音源でやってましたね。こう呼び出されたらすぐ音が出せるようにっていうのを選択した。当時は他のメーカーさんとかやっぱりもうストリーミングでスタジオ録音したものを流してる人メーカーさんもいっぱいありましたけどやっぱり止まっちゃうのが嫌なのね。音を読み込んでる間、ゲームが止まっちゃうっていうのってやっぱりラスボスに突入だって言った時にパーンってそこで音が始まってほしいじゃないですか。よしラスボスだと思ってくるくるくるくるくるくるとかだったらなんか嫌じゃない？
嫌ですね。
でもやっぱり使える音数増えたりとか容量もいっぱい使えるようになったんでそれまでのスーファミよりはこうやりたいことがしやすくなりましたかね音楽。
I wonder what work he did for the Super Nintendo.
感覚的にはスーファミやってた。
Probably some Final Fantasy games, I'm guessing.
変え方がわからないというか、個人的にはなんかあんまりそれまでの流れのままにやってたんで、まあそれまでもあれやりたいこれやりたいはあって、セブンから結構採用してもらえるようになったというか、まあやっぱりこう5から入ってるんで。5では当然もう新人なわけだからそんなにやりたいことはやらせてもらえるわけではないんでせいぜいモンスターを自分が好きにデザインしたりはしてましたけどで6になってちょっとありかなってこう周りが思ってくれ始めて7ではもうどんどんやっていいみたいな形になったっていう。
セブンもその後の8とか10とか、今回のリメイクもそうなんですけど、常にどこまでできるのかがわからない状態でやってるので、どこまで映像に頼っていいのかっていうのは常に試行錯誤してます。技術的にできないっていうのと、なんか予算的にできないとか時間的にできないとかどうなるのかって、セブンはかなりセリフでテキストで説明していることが多いと思うんですけど、だんだんそれを減らせるようになってったんですよね。でも全部それはもう手探りです。誰かにこれできないって言われまでは攻めてみるっていう、そのセブンの頃はよくト書きに寂しそうにうつむくって書いておいたら寂しそうにうつむくってどうやるのとかってやらされるっていう
でもそのハードが変わったらこうガラッと作り手の意識も変わるだろうって周りの人は外の人は思うかもしれないですけど、いやそれはやっぱりそんなことがなくって、セブンって単純に本当に6の後なわけですから、作るっていう意識においてはそんな変わんないよね。そうですね。でもやっていくうちに今の島君が言ったように、これはできるのかこれはできないのかって言ってやりながら僕らもこう変わっていくという感じなんですね、いつも。だからハードが変わったからといって僕らの企画段階から頭がピシッて全部変わって新しいものを作ろうっていうそんなのあんまりないんじゃないかな。
Yeah, you're always building on top of what you learned or did in the past.
僕は恐れを取るヴィンセントまだですかって聞きに行った記憶があるの。哲さんに。そう。ヴィンセントのキャラだけがなかなかデザインが終わらなくて。
なんか
I mean, he turned out great.
北さんがすごいこだわりがあって、一回書いたらダメ出しを食らって、大したこだわりではなかったかな。でも普通の先をとんがらしてみたいな。
何にこだわってたんだろう。
なんか丸いのは嫌だなみたいな。北さんはこうヴァンパイアみたいなやつにしたいみたいなことを言ってたような気がする。結構やっぱり後半出すのが決まったキャラで、自分の中では多分一回終わってたのになんか追加されたキャラっていう感じだった。
なるほど。
この間たまたま出てきたんですよね。野島さんに多分渡す前に自分が書いた相関図みたいなの書いてあったんですよ。
That's cool.
それがけどヴィンセントいたんですそこに。絵は確かに入ってなかったです。そんで元タークスみたいなことは書いてあった。ユフィはけど神羅のスパイってなってます。そこには多分そういうのを考えて作ってはいたんだけど、ヴィンセントは多分ふわっとしたまんま登場人物多いじゃないですか、なんかセブンって。だから後回しにされてた。
僕視点からだとそういうキャラがまだ増えるっていう情報があって、ただシナリオ的にはもう固まりつつあるからそろそろないと。でこのまま来ないなら来ないで僕は楽だなとか思って。
僕はラストバトルの片翼がラストバトルの曲になってますけど、多分6の時も7の時もラストバトルこんな感じがいいみたいな話をよくしに行ってたような気がする。
6はほら鉄の書いたラスボスがどこまで行ってもあるのかってあれに合わせて作るのが大変だったんですけどね。でもなんか作りがいあってすごい満足してて、でそしたらセブンはセブンであれを超えたいじゃないですか。そうですね。どうすればいいのかなっていうんで合唱を入れられないもんかって。合唱を入れるにしたらスタジオで録音したものを流すとなったらストリーミングでその読み込みに時間かかっちゃって嫌だなと思ったんで、スタジオで撮ったものをものすごい圧縮して切り刻んで内蔵音源として持ってそれを貼り付けるという荒技にしたんですね。で今聞くとひどい音質は音質なんですけど、でもやっぱりラスボスで合唱が流れてくるっていうのはいいもんだなと思って、
It was worth it,
実験的なことでしたけどね、楽しかったですよね。でもねあれねあれにラスボスにあの曲をセットしてみんなに聴かした時に誰か覚えてないけど ちょっとわけが分かんないってもっとこうラスボスらしいこうスカーンといったかっこいい曲にできませんかねって誰かが言ってたんだよな。
That's crazy. Someone really said that? Someone really just was like, oh, this course can be better.
新しかったよね。うん。楽しかった。
何言ってるんですかって言ったような気がする。何語かわからない言語で合唱してたから。
ラテン語。
そうそう。だからその時僕は初めてラテン語に触れるという。
Oh, it's Latin. I didn't even realize that.
ラテン語が始まっていく。
なんでラテン語を選んでるかっていうと、8のオープニングもラテン語なんだけど、僕はもうとにかく歌物っていうのは日本語でやるべきだって昔から思ってるわけですよ。でもどうしても英語喋ってる人たちに受けたいから英語を要求されるわけ。でも日本人が作ってる日本でたくさんの人が遊んでくれるのに英語とかで歌ってもわけわかんないだろうになと思ったんだけど、まあそれ屈して英語でやったりもしたんですけど、その
I see. So they use Latin as a kind of like
ラテン語を使ったのは
in between.
おそらく今この言葉を聞いて理解できる人が世界中にそんなにいないだろうと、何語か分かんない平等だと思ったんでラテン語を選んだんですね。
Wow.
そういう経緯はあります。
That's really intuitive, actually.
してる。
後付け違うわ。
So let's listen to. I'm curious what it says too. Glorious, generous. It's pretty simple lyrics. Don't make me die. Come, 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 don't make me die. I don't understand what that part means. Like, what do you think that part is supposed to mean? It's interesting. Anyways.
オリジナルのセブン作ってた時にこれが数十年後にリメイクされるとかは全く思ってないわけで、まあ僕初めてリメイクの自分の前のやつの映像を見せてもらった時に
Por favor, CC Sephiroth will kill you or something like that.
プレステの一作目を作ってる頃ってスクエアの連中ってほとんどもう素人の塊なわけですよ。いやまあゲーム業界ではそこそこやってはいるけど、
I'm surprised you're still up, Diana. It's really late for you.
ではまだまだ外にいるプロフェッショナルの方々に比べたらもう若造の集まりだったんで、知恵を出し合ってね、どうやったら面白くできるか、どうやったら自分の個性を出せるのかっていうのがもう熱量がいっぱいあった時代だと思うんですけど、このセブンのリメイクの映像を見た時に、これは力技じゃもうできない、洗練されてるものを作んなきゃなんない時代に入ってるんだっていうのがすごい。
This interview is interesting. It really is.
僕は怖かった。まあちょうどこう体調崩してとかいろいろあってサウンドトラックの方からは外させてもらったんですけど、いやもうやんなくてよかったなと思ってあれは相当な重荷だぞあれ。
It's his birthday? What? That's cool.
未だに残ってみんな作ってんなと思うんだよ。
What a perfect time to have this stream then.
もう一回奮い立たして、しかも今の技術で新しい世代に伝えていかなきゃなんないっていうのは、もの作るっていう労力としてものすごいもんだ、熱量が必要だと思うんですね。だからそういう意味ではもう本当に尊敬しますよ、今セブン作ってるやつらね。でもそれでも
That's a lot of work.
リメイクもリバースもなんかね、歌物とか呼んでいただいてすごい僕は 光栄ですね。うん、少しでも貢献できて幸せです。
そもそもリメイク今回立ち上げるよりもさらにもう数年前にこの企画はやろうとしていたんで、その頃からおそらくやるとなったら今後やらないとまずいだろうとは思っていたから、半ばちょっと嫌だったんですね。やっちゃったらこれとんでもないことになるなとはとんでもないっていうのは作業量がとんでもないことになるなと思って。
How many years has it been? Let's see, remake, release date, 2020. So it's already been 5 years of development. Like that is a lot. That is a lot of time.
思ってたんで、リメイクがやっぱり世に出たらもう当然途中でやめますとは言えないんで。
逃げれないよね。
逃げれないですよね。やっぱり続きはなしでってこれは大変なことが始まってしまったと思って、だから僕は始まった瞬間から早く終わりたいと思って早く終えたい早く終わんないかなと思いながら始めてる。やっと真ん中より後ろの方に来たって感じ。
Yeah, just one game left.
AC とか CC とかやってる時こういう風につながるとは思ってなかったんで、もうちょっとちゃんと設計しておけばよかったんだなっていう
最終的に全部自分に返ってきた
原作のセブンの頃って書いてるシナリオと実際に出てくる映像にそんなに差がなかったんですよね。割と思った通りに思った感じで映像化されてるっていうのがあったんですけど、それがもうリメイクになったらもう全然違って、もう村とかも僕が思ってた100倍ぐらい大きいし爆発も大規模だし、何年か前に書いたシナリオとかがこんな
Part 3 must feel like a lifetime fulfillment, probably.
見るタイミングは一般のユーザーの方とそう変わらないので、それだけで泣けますね。このシーンは演出の方とか俳優さんとかはこういう解釈をしたんだっていうのは。
I mean, everyone had their own expectations going into it as well. So like
昔に比べるとト書きとかもすごい細かく書くようにはしてるんですけども、それでもやっぱり皆さんの思いが乗っかってより良いものになって出てくるので、それを見るのはすごい幸せですね。
Or does it feel like this is low res? They played this song at the orchestra, by the way. Just no vocals, unfortunately.
1作目はクラウドのイメージでいきたくて、2作目はエアレスのイメージでいきたいってとこまでは決めてたんで、多分北さんには1作目は男性ボーカルで、
Oh, interesting.
英語歌詞でいき
The
たい。
vocals make this song 100%.
2作目は女性ボーカル英語歌詞でいきたいって多分言ってたと思います。今回海外の方ローレンさんにお願いしたんですけど、2作目は海外のアーティスト
She did an amazing job.
それはもう織り込み済みでだからもう2作目はある意味こうイメージがもう最初からできてたんで、それをお伝えしてこういう雰囲気イメージがあるっていうのでローレンさんの歌唱映像を見せて、僕のあくまでこう曲の雰囲気とか声のイメージとかっていうのはこういう感じですっていう。
あ、いい声。
I want to look up I want to look up like a video of her singing real quick.
Welcome. What's your name?
My name's Lauren. And where
This is the right person,
From
right?
Brooklyn, New York.
Is that right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
why Britain's Got Talent?
Most of my favorite singers are from the UK. I was happy.
All time.
Here we go.
I'm trying to hold my breath. Let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. You set off a dream in me, getting louder now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand. Will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough.
I can see why they picked her. You can tell the emotion that she brings.
Spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough.
My God. Damn. That was beautiful. Holy. It's no wonder.
持ってる人がいるなぁと思って、鉄ね映画とか詳しいんですよ昔から。審美眼みたいのあると思うんで、いいかもねと思って。僕はあんまり反論とかなかったよね。
How could you after that? How could you?
スンとしてますね。オッケーみたいな。
God, what an incredible
で
choice.
もあの時間で1時間ぐらいのミーティングだったかもしれないですけど、意外と絵が描けたというか、あ、こんな感じのバラードを作ればいいのかな。
Look at their like COVID
こういった声でっていう歌い上げる感じなの
like
かなとか。
close offs, you know,
大体はイメージ
separators.
つかめましたね。いろんなお話説明を聞かせてもらって。
多分1作目の方が結構大変だったんですよね。選定からやってたんで結構。
でもさすがにさ1作目で日本の男の声でバラードっていうのってもうどうよっていうのがあって、
What song was a ballad sung by a guy in
ちょっとロ
remake?
ックっぽくしたいっていう話で。
そうでも今回はバラードでいいっていうから。
Which song is this? Final Fantasy VII remake ballad. You don't remember remix song that much. Hollow? It was Hollow? I don't remember this at all. You didn't like it that much? Why do I not remember this? When was this played? It's the ending theme? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was probably just too wrapped up in the what had just happened. It's alright. It's not terrible or anything. I mean, like, I think I still like it. It's just, I guess I just didn't remember it.
多分上松さんらしい感じが出るのは今回のが出ると思ってたんですよね。ただ1作目はまあ2作目そうしたいと思ってたんで逆に被らないように1作目は
I'm glad they chose Lauren.
今回とイメージの違う感じの曲でお願いしてたんです。
一番最初のね、
How are they gonna top that
僕ら
though?
も参加したミーティングで哲がね何かキーワードを何度も何度も繰り返し歌うようにしたいって言ってたんで僕もねそういうのって好きなんですよ。印象付けられるじゃないですか。歌の印象が強くなる、ね。
Oh, Promises.
昔ねニルソンのね Without You っていう曲があって I can't live って生きていけないっていうのをね何度も何度もこう高いトーンで歌う曲があってね僕すごい好きであの手だなと思ってああいう曲がやっと作れると思ってまあそういうつもりで書いたんですけどどこも繰り返し出てこなかったねあのアイディアはどこに行っちゃったんだろうあともう一つ驚いたのは自分のバンドでこの No Promises to Keep を練習したりするわけですよ。でその時に歌ってる子が知ってますかって言ってこれ英語じゃなくて日本語でも全部歌えるんですよって
I wonder what
ってマジでってちょっと歌ってみって言って歌ってもらったら全部歌えんので早速録音したてのやつを野島君にこれ日本語で歌えんだぜって言ったらそのように書きましたって言ってすげえ
そうですね
さすがです
英語で書けないからね
これけどあれですよ前作のがあってそうしたって聞いたんですけど
前作は英語に最終的になるので日本語としてはまあ多少歌えなくてもまあまあなんとか合わせてもらえればいいやって思ってたんだけど、なんか日本語の字幕が出ることに最初出さないみたいな話だったんだけど途中から出るようになって後でちょっと字幕変えたりしてたんでそれはフェアじゃないなと思って今回は最初から字幕がそのまま出ても、まあ、歌えたらいいのかなという気持ちで。
Was Lauren's song also sung in Japanese in the Japanese version?
よく変わるんですよ。
I imagine it had to have been in English.
でもできてきたものを見たら変えたくなる気持ちはすごいよくわかります。なんか
But maybe
やり
I'm
たくなる
mistaken.
アイディアが出てきちゃうっていうのはそれは自分も同じなんで。
でもローレンスさんっていい選択だと思った。
Yeah.
あの感じね。はい。すっごいうまいですよあの人。実際録音してみて。
海外でもイベントで生歌であれ歌われてましたけど。
やったよね。
すごいうまかったですねやっぱり。
God, I would love to go see that.
オーケストラバージョンとね、僕らのバンドバージョンっていうのは
Especially the orchestral version.
オーケストラではね、すごいもう最後に盛り上がるところ張り上げて盛り上がっていくんですけど、うちらのバンドバージョンの方はもっとこう自由に感情豊かに歌ってくれてるんですね。
We saw it live virtually.
何テクニックいっぱい持ってる。こういうことなのか。だから
It's not the same though.
YouTube とか動画とかでみんなの心を打ってるんだなっていう。なるほどなるほどという一言で言うとやっぱりうまい上手なでもまだ若いんで可能性を秘めてる歌い手さんなんじゃないですかね。今回は本当に堂々としたバラードなんで でローレンさんがそれを歌い上げてくれたんで、非常にこう僕の中ではもう黒緑という感じですかね。ありがたい出来になりましたね。
Yeah, I feel like the ballad has to be in English because, like, how could you top that performance? I mean, not the.
This is Mr. Uematsu. He's the composer. You're going to be working with him today. He says hi.
Thank you so much for thinking of me. I've been so excited and I love the song.
This must have been during COVID times.
Till the day that we meet again, where I went.
歌い方本当にほぼほぼ素晴らしいと思います。
True, true.
聞いて細かい部分を聞いて直してほしい歌詞をピックアップ。
They really didn't change much, I guess.
ちょっとローレンさんにはお休みいただいて休んでていただいて。
It's hard not to get emotional listening to that, you know?
Let me go にして
Just let me believe in the chance that will come. Take my hand and never let me go.
The audio quality is not doing it justice. Like it's definitely very compressed and like from a camera's perspective and then through the YouTube video and then to you on stream, like it's not doing it justice. I'll just say that. That was cool. That was a cool behind the scenes. I like that.
そう、ズームでやってたんだけど、うまく繋がんなくなってさ、僕らこっちにいて、ローレンさんアメリカで。
God, you have to imagine how difficult that was.
だったのが回線のトラブルでできなくなったんで、向こうで勝手に何テイクかいっぱい撮ってもらってテイクをこっちに送ってもらって、ああだこうだって言ってまた送り返すっていう非常にこう時代いつだよっていう
直接じゃあやり取りはしてないんですか。
初めのはーいぐらい。
そこで断線ですか。
もういたんですけど、スタジオのピリピリした雰囲気がね、もう早く帰りて、早く帰りて。
Oh my god.
もうそれ撮るんで来ますかって言われて、いや行かないって俺はやっぱり何かを感じ取ったんですよ。
これはトラブル、何かがきっとト
ラブルが起きるっていう。音だけもリアルタイムには聞こえないんですか。
聞いてます。そのモニター環境がすっごい劣悪で、そのちゃんとは聞こえてないんですけども。
That's so unfortunate.
まあまあある。
What a beautiful moment that was kind of ruined, you know.
現場ってね、現場って何かあるじゃん。
そうですね。
もう梅松さん帰っちゃうんじゃないかとか思って。
ないよ。
エアリスの気持ちを歌った歌ではあるんですけども、クラウドへとかザックスへとかそういうふうにはそういうのはちょっと違うかなって思ってたんで、そうは聞こえないようにいろいろあちこちに工夫したかな。まあ普通に恋の歌でいいんです。あなたと会ったことでもう世界が変わって、その約束するんじゃなくて偶然会えたら嬉しいねっていうそういう歌でありつつも、エアリスってセトラ古代種なんでいろいろその運命を背負っちゃって、
Oh, what a beautiful
その
poster.
運命の呪縛みたいなのを常に抱えてる女の子なんで、運命ってこの約束みたいなものじゃないですか。 でその古代種はエアリスにとってはもうお母さんなんで、お母さんの決して幸せではなかった人生がどうしても自分に重なっちゃうんで、そういう約束から逃れたいみたいな、そういう意味を込めて作ってます。だからあなたはその好きな人全般ですね、エルミナお母さんだったりとか、もちろんクラウドも
They showed that even in the game because they cut to all different people, one's present and
歌でもあるという
gone.
一応エアリスの曲ですからね、どっかにちょこっと目立たないように入れとこうっていう感じですかね。その
He did a really good job doing that.
とかタラララララとかそういう主な主旋律に歌詞をつけると、それはそれで違うんじゃないのかなと思ったんで。
最初入ってなかった。
入ってなかったでしょ。
来た時。うん。で僕聞いててつながりそうだなと思ったんで、ここ入れられるんじゃないのって聞いてみてって投げ返したんです。
違う俺はね、あそこは入れようと思ってたので悩んでたのよ。果たしてタンタンタンっていうのをベタに使っていいのかなって、使わない方がいいのかな、どっちなんだろうなっていうのを。でも確かにそれがスクエアからもそういうのが来てたんで、みんないいと思ってるんだったらじゃあ入れよう。
そうか、だからつながりが良かった。
そう無理くりやったわけじゃない。
それはもともとじゃあ計算してた。
That's so funny.
いや嫌がるかなと思ったのよ。ベタに何十年も前のあれがそこに入る。
No, it was great.
でもまあ皆さん賛成していただけたんで。
You have to. You have to include elements of it.
そうかもね。
そういう経緯を知らずに聞かせてもらった僕は、何このおしゃれ感っていうちょっとだけやるっていうちょっと嬉しいやつ。
僕はまあだから1作目のフォローがちょっと上松さんにしてはちょっと変化球っぽいのをお願いしたので、今回ストレートのものをお願いしてすごく分かりやすく伝わるだろうなと。
I just thought of something, like if Aerith's song No Promises to Keep is in relation to, you know, her and her desire to not be burdened, then the end of Rebirth, this quote, wait, what just happened? This quote, I think, has some tie-in with what that theme song is. So no promises await at journey's end. Maybe it's saying that, in a way, Aerith awaits at journey's end. Just a thought.
自分も初めて聞いた時すごく上松さんらしい曲っていうか、こう多分こういう感じは上松さんしか作れないっていうのがすごく感じたかなと思います。
完成版か一歩手前かなんかわかんないけど、聞かせていただいた時に上松さんのメールに「これはひょっとしちゃうかも」とかって
そうか、
なんか下水会話みたいな
ひょっとしちゃうかも金の匂いがする。
いや、そういうことじゃない。そういう曲としてすごいんじゃない、いいんじゃないのこれっていう、その
Cloud promised Aerith that he'll stop Sephiroth.
っていう感じになってると思います。
Yeah, and she promised that she would stop the meteor.
曲を作り終えた時に、やり終えたかもなっていう感覚は得られたんで、満足はしてますよね。でちょうどね、昨日シングルレコードの視聴版が届いて、昨日聴いてたんですよ、家で。いいなと思いましたいいなと思って、なんですかね、やっぱり FF7 に貢献できたっていう実感があったんですね、昨日聴いてて。僕もちょっとやっぱり今の最近の FF7 ファイナルファンタジーとか作り手の頑張りにもう年齢的についていけないっていうのが自覚で本当にあって、やっぱりね、体力必要なんですよ。体力も気力もね、ファイナルファンタジーみたいな長期にわたって全力疾走するのって、
What a comparison,
though. 昔は容量もちっちゃかったし若かったから熱量だけでできたけど、今最近のはもう 年齢的に多分ついていけない。
I still hope that he'll continue to be a part of whatever he can.
それはそれでいいやっていう意識は常にあったんですけど、なんかちょっと貢献できたっていうのが昨日すごく嬉しかったですね。実感できた。
Happy to have you contribute. Seriously.
ね。
But I get it. I understand.
だって自分が死ぬ時にこの瞬間を思い出したらなんか涙流しながら死ねるかもしれないと思った。そんだけやっぱりなんか今回の曲完成が嬉しかったですね。すごく。だからこれもしひょっとしたらひょっとするかもね。
何がひょっとするんですか。ずっとひょっとするって言ってるけど。
Yeah. It is getting sad. But I mean, you know, they're sharing their
これが発
sentiment.
表になったらまたオーケストラコンサートですとかいろんなところで歌われることになるんだろうなって、その時のお客さん皆さんのファンの皆さんの表情を見るのが今から楽しみですね。あとやっぱり自分の
I wish I could go see
この
like
歌を皆さんにいつか聴いてほしいですね。
I wish I could go see like the orchestra performed by the original cast of orchestra members and composers and everything.
皆さんきっとぎったり遊ぶでしょうからまだまだ途中なんでその3作目も楽しみにしててほしいなと思います。その2作目リバースを振り返りつつ楽しみにしていただけたらいいなと思っております。
Oh, I'm very excited.
自分としては
I'm very excited.
1作目から3作目完結に向けて走ってるので早く終わりたい。一刻も早く走り終えたいっていう。
I think he feels that way now, but like once it ends, he'll be sad.
曲の記憶って結構強いと思うので、これからどんどん思い出がさらに増えていくことになるかなと、そこも楽しみにしていただきたい。
Even he gives himself away there, you know, like he's gonna be sad about that.
せっかくというよりは、もう1作2作目やっちゃった以上、3作目上山さんじゃないっていうオチはありえないので、まだ正式なオファーはしてないですけど、仮押さえということでやってもらえますよね。
Please do it.
会社の
We need you.
じゃないから、ただ俺の口約束
Gentleman's agreement.
やってもらうってことで大丈夫ですよねっていう。
僕はもう光栄ですよ。
Yes. Yes.
もうやってるからね。3作目一緒に。
そうかそうか。
もう始まってるんで。
いやいやもう光栄ですね。そう言っていただけてね。
けどすごいやった感があった。今回の超えるものです。
For real though.
どうします？
どうする？
何やります？
ちょっと一休みしよう。
This has been a great just interview between them. It's been really fun. There's more like humor in it than I thought there would be.
Walking city streets with worn cobblestones, listening to people rushing past to rhythms all their own. Life passing me by, not thinking how the years have flown until I met you. I won't say that it was fate. I won't say that.
You thought that he would be more grumpy? Right? They were saying earlier in the interview that like they thought that he was scarier than he actually is.
Could it be chance till the day that we meet again? We're one. I wish I could say, but believe, know that you'll find me promises to keep. We won't ever
Man, I could have watched the full thing. Oh, I'm a little sad that they didn't finish. Dang. Good interview. That was great. Honestly. Oh, where did it just start playing? I don't even know. What is this? The new sound. Okay. I'll save that for later. Interesting. There's more, you think? This is a different video. But if you mean there's more of her singing in studio, I believe it. It's just it's unfortunate they didn't continue it and finish it in that video. All right, so this is the TalkCon panel in 2024. It's the voice actors basically like talking about their experience working on Rebirth. So this is about an hour and 30 minutes. I just want to kind of get a glimpse of what this is and how it is. If it's not very good, we probably won't finish it, but like hopefully it's really entertaining. So let's take a look.
All right. But first, we have some special guests.
Actually, I can already tell you I won't be able to finish it like completely. I do have plans at 8 p.m. so an hour from now.
I want so bad to be there with you all right now. I tried my best to make it work. Life had other plans, but I'm happy to be here in spirit with this video alongside this incredible and masterfully talented cast and crew. So all my love to you and happy to be hanging here remotely, I guess.
Now, I did say guests, right?
Hello everyone, for those of you who don't know, my name is Paul Tinto and I had the absolute honour and privilege of being the English speaking voice actor for this wee guy in Rebirth. A huge hello to all of my friends and fellow voice actors and creatives that are there in DC at the minute. I am absolutely gutted that I can't be there with you in person enjoying this wonderful occasion, but I'm sure you're having the absolute best of times. And also, I would love to say a particular hello to the amazing Naoki Hamaguchi and the incredible Yoshinori Kitase. I really hope that I get to see you both in person at some point and have the opportunity to chat to you both about this incredible game and this amazing experience. Thank you so much for everything you've done and everyone else that's there. And also
the limited edition that he has in the background for PS5 looks so cool.
And so insanely talented Hideo Ishikawa. Your voice in my ear for the entirety of my recording was nothing less than an absolute gift and a joy. I really hope that I get to see you sometime in person and we get to chat more about this wee guy, chat more about the game. But apart from anything else, just thank you for your incredible performance. And also to my friend John Bentley, if you're there, my Barrett, I hope you're well, my friend. I hope you're up on your feet, you're alive and kicking, and all is good. So yeah, but I'm delighted that I'm able to chat to you at least over the technology of today and answer some questions if there are any.
We tried. We really tried. But let's get this started. This question is for all the North American guests. In the first game, many of the characters meet in Midgar, and as the audience, we get to see the relationship of these characters develop. Was this a similar journey for the group of you during the creative process, and how has that relationship evolved with the development cycle of Rebirth, especially adding new people to the party?
Interesting.
Any one of you can
I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna go to the
no,
bathroom,
I saw that face.
but continue to enjoy. I'll be right back.
They're like, no, please.
Hi.
Guys.
Okay, great. So the first time I met John and Erica was at E3 2019 at the press conference for Square Enix, and it was the Tifa trailer. I remember, and everybody, it was a theater much like this, and everyone lost their minds. It was the best memory. It was amazing meeting Erica and John and Cody that day too. And ever since then, I feel like I've had a cast of absolutely incredible friends that I'm so, so grateful for. Not every cast that I've been a part of has been full of such great people. And yeah, just like the game, we had to get to know each other for the first time and then have that relationship develop every time we meet after that. Having Susie join the party as well for the DLC, and having Michael join, of course, after. Absolutely beautiful to get to know all of you, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah, just go down the line. It'll be fun. You're next.
Tell us how amazing we are.
I would just say that we don't record together, so I didn't meet a lot of them until PAX East, maybe right before COVID. But it's been so fun when we get to do these rare appearances together. I will say I love in the recording booth once in a while, like if you've already recorded something in a scene with us, they'll play it for me. So I at least feel like we're getting to play off of each other in some way, because recording can be a little isolating. But I feel the same way. I think this cast is really special and so close, and I feel just really so lucky to be a part of it.
I came into this game towards the end, and I remember being like, I think they've already formed their clique, and like, I don't think I'm allowed in. And it was the opposite. They were so welcoming. But I do remember seeing you, Britt, in the studio, in the kitchen one time, and being like, who's that over there? And I think it was
past you.
Yeah, it was our director or engineer was like, oh, that's Britt, she plays Tifa. I was like, oh, she's too cool to talk to. So I never said hi, but you were the only.
And now you're telling me in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Awkward.
Funnily enough, I have been on this game, Final Fantasy, since 2015. I booked Jesse in 2015. Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm old.
Jesse's so great.
Because they were doing a trailer. It was essentially like a spec trailer to play. I believe it was at the PlayStation Experience. So yes.
Yeah,
you guys
2015
know.
is
Of course
crazy.
you know. And
10 years.
For me, for Jesse specifically, it's been so interesting because I didn't think, based off of the original game, I had no idea what a part she was going to play and how expanded her role was going to be. And I feel super, super grateful. And it had been so long, and I remember being so worried. I spent like 4 years just with her in the back of my head going, I only did a few lines for a trailer. Like, A, is this game actually going to be made? And B, am I going to continue to be Jessie? Because that happens all the time. Like, they'll book someone for a trailer, and then getting that call, I lost my mind. Like, I was so excited. And then I was like, oh, I'll probably have a couple sessions. And then they kept bringing me in, and I just went, oh my gosh, this is like a dream. It's so cool. So yeah, and there's seriously like not a diva among us. Like, all these people are so wonderful. Like, they're just as wonderful as you think they are, if not more so.
I mean, voice acting is a passion project for most voice actors and actresses. Like, they don't get paid well enough most of the time.
Is my turn? I love you guys. I'm sort of the newcomer, and getting to be part of this was amazing. I almost didn't even audition for it because I was so overwhelmed at the idea of even being on that list that I was like,
Can you imagine?
Convinced me to audition, and I was like, all right, and I did, and then I was like, we recorded it, and it was extremely surreal, and everything was amazing, and then I got to meet everyone at a promotional event we did, and I was like, I had to keep being reminded that I belonged there because I was like, no, I'm gonna hide behind this chair. I don't know what to see me. I don't know, because I get very nervous. And but everyone's been so kind and welcoming, and it's awesome, and it's great how everyone's, when you're fortunate enough to get to hear them in the booth already recorded. If you have a chance to play off of their lines, it's
Who does he
wonderful to see
play? I'm
how
not
much
sure.
the-
I'm trying
the
to figure that out.
personalities match, you know, and how like I don't know. It's just I think the first time I'm
Can't be
just gave me
rude.
this bear hug that nearly crushed me, and I was like, I am here for this. So it's awesome. I'm still not sure what I'm doing here, and I'm waiting for someone to pinch me.
Let's
Not
take a
right
look.
now, please, Erica. But yeah, everyone's been super awesome. It's one of the best like experiences of being part of a cast. Because
You honestly can't tell? I can't
amazing
either.
And talented, but also so super humble and just cool to chill with. Like watching everyone just interact with everybody, it feels like I snuck into a really cool party.
Is this
so
him?
thanks for not noticing that I didn't have an invitation and kicking me out.
No, that's not him. Who dat? Who dat?
All right.
Who is
All right,
this?
I think we're ready to move on. This question is for the developers.
Was it Broden?
Of all of the gameplay or element changes, what is your favorite new element?
I still have no
that was
idea who
added
that
into
is.
the
I'm gonna keep
Final
looking.
Fantasy VII Remake series.
はい、こちら FF7 の開発者チームの皆さんへの質問となります。ゲームプレイやその他の要素の変化の中で FF7 リメイクシリー
There's
ズで
so
新た
many
に追加
voice
されたものの中で
actors in this
一
game.
番気に入っているものは何ですか？
そうですね、リメイクシリーズっていう、全体のところで言うとやっぱ原作のゲームってやっぱこう上から見下ろしでこう皆さんがゲーム体験してこう FF7 の世界観を体験するっていうこうゲームだったんですけど、そこがこうフルスクリーン
Look for a
になって
bald head?
こうリアルスケー
I
ル
mean, that's what I'm doing. It's not helping.
では描かれなかった世界
Because he's wearing glasses, and none of the bald people with glasses look like
大
him.
きな点なのかなというふうに感じています。
So of course, going into remaking this original that we all came to, grow and love together all these years, the really big, focus of this was
The
really expanding
person that
that
looks
world,
most like him is
opening up
Broden.
that world, allowing that
Like, no
freedom
one
to
has
have this
that beard
full
either.
3D, visually amazing world that we're taking on, and so have kind of allowing this to be kind of expanded and fully experienced was something that was a huge focus for us.
私自身こう一作目のリメイクでこうゲームが出来上がってきてそのスラムからこう上を見上げた時のミッドガルのこうプレートの構造物とかがこう実際に見えるようになってこう自分自身作っていて感動したっていうのを今でも覚えています。
I still remember that time when I was remaking or working on remake and working on that scene of the slums where you're just looking up and seeing the plates, in Midgar and just like remembering.
Oh my
how
god, the
that
amount of
felt,
sweat on his head.
feeling so like moved inside.
I understand though, it's a very nerve-wracking. Yeah, I still can't find this guy. I mean, it might be Mick Lawyer?
僕は原作のね FF7 でですね、
But I can't tell for sure.
結構冒頭のシーンで街のビルの看板にラブレスっていう
I don't think they have
お芝居のなんだろう
subtitles.
広告のポ
We're
ス
just
ター
gonna
が貼って
tell
あるシーン
after
なん
the
ですけ
fact.
ど、そのラブレスっていうのがずっと27年間気になったんですけども、それが今回のリバースにおいて実際にこうゲームの中で演じられるお芝居としてそのドラマチックに描かれるお芝居として再現できたのが
The guy in the blue shirt is the combat director? Oh, cool.
Something I was very excited about, if you remember playing the original FF7, towards the beginning you see the poster for the theatrical production Loveless. And finally in Rebirth we're sort of like able to answer that question of like what exactly is Loveless, and in this whole full-fledged
Well, they answered it in
dramatic,
Crisis Core too.
production in Rebirth, and being able to make that happen felt wonderful.
特にさらにその劇の中ではそのエアリスが歌い上げる主題歌の「No Promise to Keep」っていうのを、歌い上げるので、それが非常にこう感動的に演出できたので、非常に良かったと思います。皆さんも気に入っていただけたでしょうかね。はい。
And of course, as you know, Aerith sings and does this wonderful performance of the theme song.
Infinite and
Rebirth,
Mystery is the
within
gift of the
Loveless, and
goddess.
It's just this amazing
Loveless Part
emotional
3.
performance. So, yeah,
Nerd!
Yeah.
Thank you.
そうですね。バトルの監修してたんで、バトル部分なんですけど、アクションベースになったことで、こうキャラクターの個性っていうのがよりこう作り込みやすくなったんで、その点でこうキャラごとの差別化っていうところが、
Yeah, I can't find the guy. I don't know who it is.
ところが一番気に入ってる点です。
So, speaking as battle director of Rebirth, going into kind of a more action-based combat system, this really allowed me to bring out the unique characteristics of all of the characters in the game. So that was something that I felt so great about doing.
Ooh.
僕が考えたこう技とかをこう皆さんが演じてくれて、それを聞くのがすごく楽しみでした。
Of course, I was just in charge of the
Is
battle.
Cisne's
And it was all of
VA
you
on
that
the
made
stage?
it happen, and
You like the
made
crowd? Me
brought
too.
these characters to life. So thank you so much.
I don't see her. I'm looking for her. She has very colorful hair.
This next question is for Kaku-san and Ishikawa-san.
Yeah, I don't think so
The two of you have been
either.
these characters since Advent Children. How does it feel to come back to these characters for the Final Fantasy VII Remake series?
私からはい。
どっちでもいいよ。こっちから行く？どうぞ。どうぞ。
ありがとう。ユフィユフィは最初隠しキャラみたいな感じで昔登場して。
Well, first of all, Yuffie's sort of like a hidden character, so.
そしてリメイクで
She's not that hidden.
突然というかもう主役ぐらいのセリフ量だったので
Yeah, that's really cool that they returned for
But I have to say, I was surprised the
for
number
remake.
of lines she had. I mean, this is like main character level.
これはユフィがメインのストーリーですかって言ったらそうですよって言ってくれたのでとても
I guess in the sense that she was a hidden character in Advent Children. That like she wasn't very active in that movie. So I guess I get what she
収
means.
録だったんですけれども外で他の作品がなかなかできない中一人収録のユフィの収録でいっぱいセリフを喋ってたので私のコロナ禍はユフィの青春で詰まってます。
So, since I had so many lines and we had to do it alone, so I almost feel like I spent the entire pandemic playing Yuffie.
Probably, yeah.
Thank you.
There's different voice actress for the English Yuffie.
There's even more Yuffie in the third one, so.
Yeah. Oh my God. More Yuffie.
I'll do my best.
スージ頑張ろうね。
ケットシーはないですか？
And where's the Ketsi story?
ケットシーズストーリー is where?
I'm sure we could find something for you.
約束したからな。
Everybody heard you promise that just now.
アドベント・チルドレンから猫をやらせていただいてます。
I've been playing this cat since Advent Children.
一番最初はFF シリーズではファイナルファンタジー10のアーロンという役をやらせていただきまして。
So, but the very first Final Fantasy role was in Final Fantasy X, where I played Aron.
Oh, okay.
そしてその後
The crowd liked that.
キングダムハーツでレオンというスコールレオンハートをやらせていただきまして。
So after that was playing Leon, I mean in Kingdom Hearts 3.
I think he likes this.
それがまさかこのワシントン DC にケットシーで来るとは思いもしませんでした。
But I have to say, I never thought I'd be coming to Washington, D.C. over Ketsi.
Who is he? The voice actor for?
リメイクは僕登場してないんですよね。
I was in Rebirth, but I wasn't in Remake, right? You appeared as the character, just had no lines.
I don't even remember this.
Why?
Oh, Kate's. He's the Japanese Kate Sith. I see. Okay.
When the next title came out.
He did say cat earlier. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that was a euphemism or not.
So look forward to in my next adventures.
Umeda-san. Yeah. Hi. Did you also know of Final Fantasy VII before taking the role of Chadley?
僕すっごく暗いしスコアが大好きでした。
Oh, I've always loved Cloud Skull.
暗いしスコア大好きでした。あとは初代のファイナルファンタジーをやってました。
Oh, and I've been playing Final Fantasy since like the original Final Fantasies.
あとはディシディア。
I played
友達とよく対戦してました。
I've played Dissidia and really beat down my friends.
はい。ありがとうございます。
I love that he's wearing the lab coat that Chadley wears.
So,
That's
we
cute.
asked our two guests, have they heard or played Final Fantasy VII before being cast for this role? I think we know the answer to one of them. I just want him to talk about it for a minute.
I mean, Brianna definitely has.
Where's your voice?
Many times. It has been one of my lifelong fandom obsessions since high school. I played through to get multiple sets of master materia for all of my crew, to get the best possible gold chocobo for the gold chocobo racing I could, the weapons that were available to Emerald Ruby, and multiple playthroughs to try and resurrect Aerith based on completely false internet rumors in the early days of the internet. So I've played it a few times. And to have ever possibly
That was you during Rebirth? True.
voice one of my favorite characters of all time.
I was doing everything he did.
It's something I would have never expected, though and I'm being completely honest here, quietly and personally dreamed of. I had many daydreams and wishes.
He does such a great job with Vincent too.
Doing what I'm doing right now. So this is definitely a dream fulfilled for me.
Was I aware of Final Fantasy before being cast as Kate Sith? Yes. Yes, I was aware of Final Fantasy. However, it wasn't one of the games that I grew up
He always puts 100% in every
when I
role.
got a PlayStation,
Yeah.
I think one of the first games I ever got was Tekken. And I also played a lot of Medal of Honor. And a couple of others. There was a friend or two of mine that had Final Fantasy, but I didn't play it. So yes, I did know Final Fantasy, however, I had no idea of the world and the wonderment and
Oh, he
the
played Crom in Fire Emblem Engage as
incredible
well.
story
Interesting.
that I was about to step into when I was given the
Wait, he
honor
played
of
Ganondorf?
playing Kate Sith.
The hell? He's played a lot of
J. Michael, this is for you. Oh God. How do you personally feel stepping into the role of one of the most popular
in Tears of the
Siths
Kingdom.
in Final Fantasy history?
But I didn't play with English.
It's pretty cool. No, I was so nervous. So real talk, I didn't really know what to do with the voice, and because they were looking for a very
Wait. What did he?
Cool.
In Final Fantasy history.
Oh, he's playing Sid?
It's pretty cool.
He plays Sid?
No, I was so nervous. So
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, that does look like him. Wait, where'd it go?
Style and accent.
That does look like him. Okay,
So
okay.
I wound up, this is absolutely true, calling my father.
He still had hair, the poor
Before
guy.
my first callback session, who that is his voice. That is me 100% doing my father's voice. I was raised in Texas, and because I'm an actor and I've kind of conditioned that accent out of myself from years and years and years of work.
That's why I couldn't tell. Like, he didn't have hair, or he doesn't have hair now, and he has a beard, and he doesn't have either of those things.
And I'm like, hey, Dad, can we just talk? He's like, why? Well, I was thinking about maybe kind of using studying your voice a little bit for a role. He's like, my voice? For a role? The hell are you doing? So I just kind of, and it's true, and then when I got the part, I felt like I had to call my dad like every night before a session to be like, can we
That's
just talk
cute.
for a little bit, and like, just like yell at me, like, well, I haven't done the lawn yet, it's Saturday, and it's noon, and I'm not up, and be like, what you doing? You're burning daylight, boy. Like, and I would bring all that into the session. And then my brother heard Sid recently when it came out for the first time, and he was like, are you paying Dad royalties? And I'm like, no, shh, don't tell him.
That's so
So
good.
it's amazing to be part of such an iconic franchise and to play a character that I have always loved as a fan, and but also getting to kind of pay homage to my father. And getting to feel like a voice I grew up with is really super exotic where I live now. People are like, talk in Texan, and I'm like, how you doing?
Oh, awesome.
Oh, my
This
plans
is for
might
you,
be
Max.
delayed a bit, so I
When you were
might be able to
voicing
finish
Red
this.
13 Anaki's voice, you started to do the voice change of the role. Did that change how you personally approach the character? Did you make any specifics on how to act with a separate voice?
It definitely informed my choices for the character, but I think with Red 13, he really wants to keep those two separate sides of him separate. And so, although I knew that in the back of my mind, it didn't come through a lot because if he's talking to the characters and he wants to show old, wise, take me seriously Red 13, he's not going to let any of Nanaki slip through. But it wasn't until the second game where I did there were some lines where I got to sort of push in, one direction or the other. But for the most part, if he just even 1% inched over into Nanaki territory, he'd be full Nanaki or the other way around. So yeah, but I knew going into it, auditioning for the very first game, that they were gonna set that up as something that happens. So it was nice. It's nice to know that stuff because sometimes you don't get context in the very beginning of the game, and then later you find out, you're like, oh, that's what we're doing with the character? Cool. But this one I knew from the start, so yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Well, it's good that you had context going into it. Definitely threw me for a loop,
This one's
though.
for you, Brianna. Many fans have been watching your playthrough of both Remake and Rebirth online.
Yes.
Did you get a different view of your own character and the other characters watching the story unfold as a player/viewer? Did it help with your portrayal of Aerith in Rebirth?
That's a long question.
That's hard to answer, but yeah.
So to the fans who have been watching my playthrough, thanks. Yes, so when I first auditioned, I did a lot of research about the character, about the game, about the story. Luckily, got cast, thanks. And from there, it's been a constant learning process because when you actually go into the recording booth, you really only kind of get your lines and the context that you need. So sometimes you see the other characters.
You just say yes and pass the mic. That's crazy.
Explain what you're doing and who you're talking to. But there's still a lot of the game that I didn't know was going to be a thing until I played through it myself, and that is so cool because I get to come to it from the perspective of a fan of the game and the characters, and then I get to record and be a part of the making.
Because you don't get to know the entire story a lot of the times.
Again. So it's a lot of layers. It's very surreal, and it's so much fun.
Woo. She did such a great job.
This one's for you, John.
Okay.
Barrett has seen a ton of development in Rebake and Rebirth from the original. He's a man who tried to help his failing community but lost his harm, his best friend, and his wife. He then becomes a terrorist and set on destruction of Shinra. I know, right? Wow. How did you get into the character to play Barrett? Are there experiences or themes you bring into the
I
performance?
feel like they're misconstruing Barrett a little bit, but okay.
That's a baited question.
I really tried.
You didn't have to call me a terrorist.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm fighting against Shinra. That's kind of like what. Are we in DC? Oops.
I love his personality.
I apologize, Hamaguchi-san. Listen, first of all, I'm just thrilled to be able to work with him. And thank you so much for casting me. And thank you so much for letting me be such a part of such a great cast. You guys have no clue how excited I am when I get to see you. And even when I get to hug you, how much joy it brings.
They really
I love
are
you
the
all.
best hugs.
You have no clue how much I
best.
love you. So I'll answer that question. Try to go fast because I know we're on schedules. For a lot of it, I had to use sense memory when it came to certain scenes. My scenes with Marlene, which I love. That's a side of Barrett that you don't get to see with anyone else, basically, unless it's Cloud or unless it's Tifa and Aerith, and sometimes with Red even. So those scenes, I use my sons. I have 4 boys, and so they mean so much to me, and that's where I placed Marlene in my heart whenever we went into the booth. There are other scenes where you pull up the hardest one. I told somebody was in line and they said, "How did you do this scene with Dine?" So I guess I'm about to reveal to the world how that all happened. So actors do this thing. You can either do sense memory, which is what I did for this particular thing, or you can be method. There's so many different ways to do it as an actor. But for a voice actor, I knew I would have to go there, and because I was able to play the original game, I knew the relationship that Barrett had with Dine. That was his best friend.
It's tough. It's such a tough scene.
Thought I was going to get through it smoother. I lost my dad in 2017.
Oh, man.
My dad passed in my arms, and that's who became Dine for me for the scene. So, you know, a slice of life for me to get it right. I wanted to get it right. I went into the whole character of Barrett, not wanting to play a caricature. I wanted him to be real. I wanted him to not be a polygon figure that just shook when he got angry. I wanted him to have layers. I wanted to do it justice for what you guys created from back when I played the game in the original, my very first RPG. I wanted to do it right. Stop.
Oh. That's so tough.
Sit down for y'all make me cry. I wanted to do it right, and I wanted to make sure that this man was loved, and you can see the different layers that he had as a leader, as a friend. You don't even know, Erica. We met through Mela Lee way back when, and I knew you were going to be a star, by the way. And you have been rocking it. So when I got to do the scenes with Jesse and Wedgie and got to do all those things, they meant something, right? So I just wanted to do it right. I wanted to make sure he was played the right way. And I wanted him to be done in a way that people would love him. I wanted him to be done in a way that people would accept him. I wanted him to be done in a time when the game came out. We were dealing with so much social stuff that was going on in our world. And it's like, we're kind of here again in a weird kind of way. But I also want him to do them for y'all. And that's why Barrett is who he is, because of the unbelievable team we have, the unbelievable writers we have, the unbelievable cast we have, interpreters, director, and Kirk Thornton. Everybody who's got their hand in this is why Barrett is the way he is. So I hope I answered your question. I'm going to put this down now.
No. Wow. Wow. Thank you.
Erica is very stoic. I couldn't tell if like she was, I don't know, like it almost seemed like she
Ishikawa-san.
wasn't affected
You
emotionally
voiced
by
those-
that at all.
You voiced many stoic characters in your career, including other Final Fantasy characters, such as Squall and Auron. How was the voice of a much jovial character like Kate Sith? In English, Kate Sith is voiced by a Scottish
Erica is the
Are there
voice
any
actress for
accents or
Jessie, by
unique
the way.
inflections when voicing the character in
She was just kind
Japanese?
of like stone-faced the entire time that he was sharing all that.
もともとケット氏の方が得意だったりします。
え、すみません。もう一回。得意。ケット氏の得意だったりします。I mean, sorry, it's really hard to hear without the returns. すみません。So Ketsi is a character that's, sort of jovial and just sort of relaxed.
僕がこういう性格なので、スコールやアーロンよりもケット氏の方が楽に演じることができます。
Well, I have to say, compared to playing Squall or Aron, Ketsi was kind of easy to perform.
スコットランドなまり。
What is Scottish sounding?
さっきの人。
Oh, that guy who was on the screen?
もともとケット氏は、テキスト上では日本の関西弁という、言葉だったんですよね。
I imagine like listening to a Scottish person talk in Japanese would be pretty interesting.
The writers did give it a Kansai accent.
僕関西で生まれ育ったので、もう普通に、ケット氏の言葉が僕の言葉です。はい。
And me growing up in Kansai, I thought, yeah, I just sound like me.
I am ケット氏。
What he said.
Umeda-san. How does it feel to be the character that isn't playable, but shares a lot of screen time with the playable characters?
はい。最初僕ファイナルファンタジーに出るよっていう風に事務所から聞いたんです。
So first off, I heard, "Hey, you're gonna be in Final Fantasy from my agency." And I was like, "What?
ファイナルファンタジー？
Final Fantasy?"
でもだから最初チャドリーっていう役を任せるよっていう風には最初ははっきり知らなかったんです。
But they didn't tell me at the very beginning in any specific terms that I was going to be playing Chadley.
で、チャドリーもまさかこんなに深くクラウドさんたちと関わるキャラクターだとも知らなかったんです。
I mean, was Chadley even in Final Fantasy VII, the OG? I'm pretty sure he wasn't, right?
Interacted so much with Cloud and the rest of the gang.
もうすんごく嬉しかったです。
Let me see.
So happy.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he made his series debut in remake.
One more question.
That's what I thought.
How many times did you have to say Cloud?
How many times do you have to say Cloud? That's funny.
はい、クラウドさん。クラウド
Cloud
さん。クラウドさん。もう many times. Really happy. Thank you. はい。ありがとうございます。
Britt, this one's for you. Tifa is a character that is one of the most galvanizing forces within the cast. She is compassionate with the emotional needs of the party members, but also powers through her own personal struggles. What aspects of playing Tifa stand out most to you?
Well, I think that question kind of summarizes it in a way. I think that...
I tried.
You helped me, you helped guide me. I think what
Tifa's
I am
voice
so
actress
drawn
is so
to,
pretty.
Or, you know, what I idolize about her in a way is she's obviously so strong. She's an amazing fighter. My husband started finally playing Remake and was like, Tifa's actually really good. But beyond all that, I think her empathy is just like so beautiful. I think that she's this motherly figure on the team. She's so caring. I think she's just very compassionate and at the same time also really emotional and passionate and at the same time very reserved. I actually talked to someone yesterday about how
Her natural voice is the most similar
oftentimes
to the
Tifa
character.
says one thing,
Yeah,
but
I
there's
can
like
see that.
a river underneath it of subtext of what she's actually going through and what's going on underneath. And as an actor, that is such a joy to play because, and obviously we have an amazing director, Kirk Thornton, who helps me throughout the whole process being like, yeah, she's just saying this one little sentence, but underneath it, there's like a decade of trauma that she's holding on to. So fill that into 3 words. But I really love that about her. I think they've done such a beautiful job creating this really complex character. And I think in video games especially, getting to play a female character who is so multifaceted is rare. I've gotten to play a lot of like tough soldier women that are pretty one note. So this has just been the gift of a lifetime to get to play a character that has so much depth.
No, thank you. Thank you. Kakazu-san, Yuffie is a ninja and a character with Japanese elements, so we expected her culture to be reflected in her speech and such. In English, Susie Yoons voices the character in a way that is young and headstrong, but nothing that is inherently Japanese in the way she speaks. When you voice Yuffie in Japanese, are there any unique characteristics in how you voice the character that are associated with how ninjas are perceived to sound in Japan, or act that may be lost in localization?
What a weird question.
ユフィに最初に出会ったのは98年の格闘ゲームエアガイツという作品からです。
So the first time I had my encounter in voicing Yuffie was a 1997 98 fighting game, Ergites.
その時は本当に戦う、ヘッハッヘッってそういう声ばっかりだったので。
So all I did was efforts and grunts.
特に忍者とか日本文化とかは全く考えていなくて。
And I had nothing in my mind about ninjas or martial arts or anything.
だんだん戦い以外で話してくるにつれてユフィの性格が分かってきたんですけど、私自身
Voicing Yuffie since 98, I know, it's
特
crazy.
に日本文化とか忍者を意識してっていうのはなかったです。
So as I played the character more and more, I really got to know the character's personality. But since I'm born and living in Japan, really didn't think about Japanese culture or ninjas. Sorry?
あえてセリフのことで言うと、日本にはオノマト
Yeah,
ペ
I felt like that
って
was
い
a
う
weird question, honestly.
同じ音をシュシュシュシュとかタタタタタタタとかってそういう表現が面白いセリフ回しとしてユフィにはとてもあったので、そこが英語の表現と違ってきたのかなって思い
So
ま
I
す。
guess we had to point out a specific difference in her performance. She would often use onomatopoeia as dialogue, like shh, 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 or ta 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 ta.
ありがとうございます。
For you, Susie, of course there are audio directors who have an idea of how the character Yuffie should sound, but did it take you long to find out how you wanted Yuffie to sound? What were some of the directions you were given for the character?
Well, to be honest, Yuffie was the very first audition that I received when I moved to LA.
Oh, wow.
The day after I moved to LA.
Wow.
So I don't know. It just felt like in that moment I knew her. Like obviously I knew who she was because I knew her from Kingdom Hearts and Advent Children. But I don't know. I just connected with her immediately. I thought this was it. This is the girl. This is her. I'm just gonna do my best. So when I auditioned for her, I actually didn't think about it at all. I think I did maybe 2 takes and sent it because, you know, I wouldn't feel like it was authentic if it wasn't just myself. So I just put that forward out there without, because I didn't want to think too much on it. And I don't think Yuffie would think too much on it too. So I just went ahead and did it. And yeah, I think from there, the director and I worked to hone in on her, but I think for the most part, the personality
She also
just
voice
kinda comes
acted
out from myself.
in this
so.
anime that I like.
Erica, this one's for you. Jesse's character unfolded during the events of Remake and only appears in a few flashbacks in Rebirth. How does it feel to see your character still having an impact on the current story?
Honestly, I mean, obviously, anytime I get to come back into the booth to voice Jesse, it's a huge honor. But I just go, gosh, they are really digging that knife in, huh? like, I'm like, wow. Like I've suffered. I've been suffering since 2015 with all of this. It's been 84 years. But yeah, I mean, I love voicing her, but there is this kind of like pervasive melancholia around it that I can't really get around. I love her so much, and I'm just so I'm so happy, but also it's just people coming up to me going, "You still owe me that pizza," or like,
Aww.
or like, I played her flashbacks. Oof, that really hit hard. I mean, listen. I mean, Final Fantasy VII especially is just such an embarrassment of riches when it comes to characters. So to kind of come in with characters like Tifa and Aerith and Yuffie and everyone, like all these amazing women especially, and then having Jessie like find her little corner and her fandom and kind of be like a little of a fan favorite character is, I mean, it was shocking. I mean, truly, and I'm so lucky. But any time I'm just like, oh, I feel it. I feel the knife. Oh, like, so yeah. But it's awesome. I loved coming back in for Rebirth. I wasn't expecting it, so yeah.
Man.
So we asked someone, how does it feel like to be a character that is controlled by someone else?
What does it feel like to play a character that is essentially controlled by someone else?
It's such a weird question.
Amazing.
Who made up these questions?
Mainly because whenever somebody asks you why your character did something or questions a character choice, you can always just blame it on Reeve. It's always an amazing get it. Oh no, that was Reeve. Reeve did that. Works every time. But it's, I mean, I think that aspect of the character and that creation of this storyline is absolutely terrific. It's weird, it's so bizarre, but in that weirdness lies its absolute beauty. I mean, at the end of the day, Reeve is Kate and Kate is Reeve, and you are able to explore so many different facets of this character, or you're allowed to explore so many different facets of Reeve through Kate, and in a story that deals so much with the inner turmoil and the inner conflicts of every character and each character going through their struggle. I think the creation of Reeve and Kate is just another incredible way of looking at that conflict.
I'm pretty sure that he's talking about like OG spoilers that I don't remember. I don't remember Reeve at all, so.
It's beautiful. It's bizarre and it's beautiful.
All right, last chance.
But I'll find out, I
last
suppose.
chance to get questions in, but first we're gonna do a little quiz. Have you seen this stuff up here in the front stage? You can take it home with you. You just have to answer a few questions. So we're gonna
Man,
get that in.
that would have been cool
And we're gonna
to
start asking some questions.
be a part of.
Now. All right, we got 4
Queen's Blood.
questions here. I'm gonna ask the audience, or not the. You are not the audience. You are the guests. I think it's reverse, but see if you can see someone like raise their hand so we can. Yeah, I know it's really hard. I can do it like that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And question: at the end of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, at the Temple of the Ancients, which Turks are paired together?
It's Elena and
We
Rude.
want both. Oh God, who is up? Who is up? Everyone's up.
Pretty sure it's Elena and Rude.
Everyone's up. I'm gonna say 4th row, kind of swaying their hand back and forth next to the Luffy, right there. Right. Oh, what's that? Right there. What's your answer? What's your answer? Right here. Is it? I don't know. See, I'm about to spoil myself here.
The red-haired dude and Rude? Oh, we're talking about 2 pairs here. I thought they meant they wanted both in the pairs, or in the pair.
Next question. What are Cloud and Zach's synergy skills? I told you I was gonna spoil the game.
Well, I think it's Braver.
We want both. Okay, you got one. Yeah, down. Where?
I remember seeing Braver when I did. Oh, Soldier's Honor and Together as One. I forgot this. But it says Braver whenever they do their synergy skill.
What ingredient makes the Cosmo Canyon special? I saw him right there.
Cosmo Canyon Special. I forget. The salt? I don't even know if I experienced this on my playthrough.
This one's kind of hard. How many stamp timelines are there in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
What?
We want the number and the identifying stamp for each. You have to get it all because you're getting this.
I don't remember
All right.
them even mentioning timelines for Stamp.
Thank you.
There's
All
2?
right. Who do I see? See right here.
A pug and a golden retriever?
He knows, he knows, he knows.
Oh my god. You can't hear him very well, but he's like talking about Sector 5 and stuff.
He said Chihuahua. Oh, it does.
熱量を感じたので、もう彼に正解にあげたい。
It is?
Yes.
Would you give it thumbs up?
Okay.
Okay.
Correct.
A beagle, terrier, pug, Shiba, and Spitz. Okay, I definitely remember the beagle. That was in remake. The pug, I don't remember at all. The Shiba, not at all. The Spitz was in the quest, right?
Was better than I expected.
The
You have proven yourselves well.
the quest, the delivery quest, right? Is that the Spitz? Let me see what it.
We're not there yet. We're going to keep you out here. We now have your questions.
Oh no, never mind. I
So
didn't
give
know what a
us a
spitz looked like.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. Oh, I know the first one I'm going to do. Hi, Susie.
Yes?
It's a request. Can you sing the song I'm So Bored?
Stamp symbolizes the timeline. He's different in Zach's timeline.
On stage?
Are you serious? There's no way.
I think that's what they prefer.
That many people? I am so bored right out of my brain. If I don't die first, guess I forgot the lyrics.
Oh my god, you didn't know? I didn't know. They never talk about it. I just thought that they just had different versions.
ママママテリアちゃん Thank you.
That's cute. That's so scary though to be asked to sing that in that question or in that
Can you make
moment.
Queen's Blood game in real life?
Make a real life Queen's Blood? Is that what?
それ浜口さんへの質問です。クイーンズブラッドのゲームを実際に作っていただけますでしょうか？
リアルでね。実はその声私にもたくさん届いてます。
So actually, I've been receiving so many requests.
ただ今は次回作に向けてクイーンズブラッド新しい形にできないかっていうのを試作しているので、まずはそっちを優先したいとは思っています。
It'd be cool.
So right now we are preparing sort of our, revamped or even better version of Queen's Blood for the next series of this title. So.
Oh my god.
Please stay
Let's
tuned.
go.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too.
でもいつか皆さんの期待に応えれるようにしたいと思います。
I hope it's a standalone
So I
game
hope
at some
to be
point.
able to share more in the near future.
Yay!
Thank you.
That's cool.
Okay. Umeda-san? How does Chadley feel about Cloud in a dress?
とても素敵だと思いました。
I think he thought he was so beautiful.
あんまりじっと見つめないでください。
Said, don't stare at me like that.
女装すると。
There are like very good questions here. And then I see questions where I go, why? Why did you ask this? Seriously, leave. For John. What was one of your favorite lines to record as Barrett?
That's a tough question, man.
Favorite line off the top. You better be worth every penny, Merc.
That's a good line. Good line. That was in remake.
Nice. This was actually a good one. It's for you, Max.
Uh-oh.
Did you feel any sort of pressure voice acting the opening cutscene of Rebirth? Were you nervous you wouldn't introduce the game in its greatest potential?
What was the last part?
I'd say, were you nervous you couldn't introduce the game in its greatest potential?
Was I nervous that I
that you wouldn't or couldn't introduce the game to its potential? That's how the words got phrased.
Well, that happened, I believe, towards the end of the recording,
where they brought me in and they said, okay, all right, we were like done recording, I think, and they brought me in. They were like, all right, now you're gonna set up the entire game. And I was like, sure, whatever you say. No, it was really cool. We did it, and then I think like afterwards I was like, so what's this for? I didn't even know what it was for. And they were like, oh, this is the most important part of the whole thing. So, and then we did it a second time, I think, for a online version, I think a little faster. Yeah, it caught me off guard, to say the least. It was pretty cool. Was I nervous? No, because I didn't know what it was.
That was probably intentional. Probably intentional.
Okay. Endo-san, are we going to see more synergy ability in the next game?
はい、こちら遠藤さんへの質問です。次作にはもっとたくさんの連携アビリティが出てくるのでしょうか。
そうですね。まあちょっとまだ完全に言えることは少ないんですけど、まあ次は期待されるキャラクターが2名おそらくバトルでも追加されると思うんで、言っちゃっていいの？これ大丈夫？シドとヴィンセントの連携アビリティとかは楽しみにしてもらいたいなと思ってます。
So about the synergy abilities for the next one, I still can't say much, but I know we are all excited for the 2 more characters that are joining our party.
Ah, it's a non-answer.
So please stay tuned.
ここだけの話にしてください。
I guess we'll see though.
I'm excited for Vincent's particularly.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
But don't tell anyone I said that.
I'm looking forward to being able to play as Vincent. It's gonna be cool.
This one's for Kitase-san. What is your favorite song from the Final Fantasy VII OST? Original game, remake, or rebirth?
こちら北瀬さんへの質問になります。一番お好きな曲、原作、リメイク、リバースでのどの曲でもいいんですけど、一番お好きな曲は何ですか？
曲 BGM
BGM
ああそうだねどれだ難しいね難しいねまあさっきも言ったんですけども今回リバースにはあえてね原作にはなかった主題歌No promise to keep.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
とキャラクタークリエイティブディレクターの野村と野島さんと上松さんとっていう部分で4人でしっかりと作り上げた曲なので非常に思い入れがある曲です。
How can you not love that song though?
That's hard. But if I were to pick one, I would say this very special theme song that we used for Rebirth, No Promises to Keep. This is one that the 4 of us, myself, Uematsu-san, Nojima-san, and Nomura-san, all kind of came together to create, so it's very special to me.
I'm going to go ahead and ask it. This is for you, Rihanna. What was your reaction to your ending? And is this really the end of your character? Quotes.
So I haven't.
I said spoilers twice. Twice.
So I haven't exactly finished my playthrough of the game yet. Okay, I'm in the gold saucer. Relax. I'm working my way through it. I'm doing things like this, y'all. Okay, but can I speak a little bit to the recording of it? Am I allowed? Am I getting in trouble? Okay, all right. I didn't say it, you did, John. What I will say is that
I, of course, knew the weight of my character and her legacy in the gaming industry as a whole going in. When I auditioned, you know, if you Google Aerith, like the first thing that pops up is like this moment, right? So, of course, I knew, and of course that weighed very heavily on me through the entire recording process, from Remake to Crisis Core Reunion to Rebirth. And it's everything is very, very super top secret with very good reason, because people want to know everything right away all the time. So I actually didn't know until I walked in that day and we recorded those exact lines. No one sat me down and said, this is what's going to happen to Aerith. It wasn't like that. I went into the recording booth and I was hit just like all of you. So I want you all to know you were not alone if Aerith made you cry. She makes me cry all the time.
That's really sweet.
And as for part 3, I don't know.
Okay, cool. All right, this next question is both for Susie and...
I feel like if they actually killed her off, they would have given her a more impactful scene for it. Not to say the scene wasn't impactful, it just wasn't
I think we have to talk.
as sad as it could have been, but perhaps there was a reason for that. Like, they just didn't want to...
Can we get a full album of Yuffie creating lyrics to Final Fantasy music?
ユフィの声でサウンドトラックを出してくれませんかって。
Ah, there it is.
これは誰に頼めばいいんでしょうか。
You'll have to ask other people than me.
あら、いかがでしょうか。
What do you say?
Part 3 has mysteries to unfold. 100%.
ちょっとそうね、日本に帰ったらちょっと上松さんと相談してみます。はい。
Let me have a little chat with Uematsu-san once I get back to Japan.
That'd be fun. All right, I have like 30 minutes left, so we're kind of like perfect timing wise. So after we finish this, I'm gonna end stream chat, just so you know.
Maybe the localization team can write up some lyrics to the Japanese version.
I'm just gonna ask this because it's a funny question. I think I know the answer. J. Michael, do you like to fly? That was the question I got.
Do I like to fly?
Yes, that was the question I got.
No. But I'm really good at it. Because if I'm sitting in exit row, I take the verbal yes very, very seriously. No, I hate to fly, but I've been on so many planes in my life, you'd think I'd get my head around it. Nope, still hate it.
That's some irony.
I'll be fine. We hit a bump, I'm like, oh God, we're all gonna die. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. So I have to dig really deep for Sid.
Ooh, this one's like...
Such a great cast of voice actors and actresses. Like, they did such a great job with casting.
Oh, this is for everybody.
They have like great personalities as just individuals too. Like, you can see it.
Favorite mini games in Rebirth, if you've played it. I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble by Katase-san asking that question.
これ皆さんへの質問になります。リバースの中で一番好きだったミニゲーム、あと好きじゃなかったミニゲーム教えてください。
好きなミニゲームと好きじゃなかったミニゲーム。俺から？
From me.
好きなミニゲームは、まあやっぱクイーンズブラッドが一番でしたね。
Minigame for what? What was the question?
Favorite is, of course, Queen's Blood.
Ah, okay. Favorite minigame, I see.
好きじゃなかったら言わなきゃいけないんですかね。
Chocobo Racing's pretty good.
A minigame I didn't like? I don't know if I could say that.
これ作ったね開発チームに怒られちゃいそうだもんね。
I'm gonna get scolded by the guys that made them.
Yours is the dolphin minigame? Favorite or least favorite?
ミニゲームで言うとさ砂漠の近くでサボテンあれなんていうの
Dolphin minigame. That's in Junin region, is that right? That's your favorite? Oh, this one. I do remember this.
But if I'd had to talk about the one that was most challenging for me, I'd say the Cactuar missions in the desert. It took me a while.
私が最後バランス取ったのでごめんなさい。
Sorry, it's my fault.
Wait!
Took me. But if I'd had to talk about the one that was most challenging for me, I'd say the Cactuar missions in the desert. It took me a while.
私が最後バランス取ったのでごめんなさい。
Who said that? I need to know. Tell me.
そうですね。私が一番好きだったのは、まあ当然クイーンズブラッドもちろんなんですけど、ピアノミニゲームも私の中で非常にお気に入りの一つです。ピアノミニゲーム。
That fucking minigame fucked me up, I swear to God.
Another favorite of mine is the piano minigame.
Oh, yes. Yes, the piano minigame is actually pretty good. It's pretty good.
Okay. Okay.
No. Did you have? I'm sorry.
Okay. そうですね。ちょっと一番苦労したミニゲームっていうこう意味だと。
I honestly don't consider the Cactuar side quests as like a minigame, but
most
I mean,
challenging, Fort Condor.
Fort Condor?
やっぱこのインターミッションでもう一度こうミニゲームをしているので、そこからさらにこうリバースでこう新しいアプローチをするっていうところは結構試行錯誤したっていうところでは苦労しました。
It's definitely kind of a new approach to Rebirth that's kind of including this minigame within a mission.
Fort Condor on hard mode is nearly impossible. I didn't realize the minigames were harder on hard mode. But I mean, it makes sense. I thought they would just be the same difficulty, just like the combat was harder.
I'm wondering what everyone else's favorites are.
Piano, thank you.
Chocobo Racing! Queen's Blood!
I was gonna say, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I haven't gotten a chance to play too many of the mini games yet. We did play a little bit of the Chocobo Racing.
Yeah.
I took that way too seriously. But
so
in
good.
Final Fantasy VIII, my favorite game was Triple Triad. And I think I played Triple Triad way more than I played the actual game itself. So I figure when I do play through Rebirth, I think Queen's Blood will be my favorite game by far. Yeah.
What is Triple Triad? I don't remember this. It's a card game?
All right. Did anyone else want to come on it before I go with the last question? No. Yeah.
Oh, so it's kind of similar to Queen's Blood, I see.
My most favorite minigame is also the same as my least favorite minigame, and it is the piano game. Exactly because it is exactly the right amount of challenging, that it's fun to play, but when you miss the very last note after a perfect run.
Oh my God.
That really happened. There's a clip of it somewhere. It is so frustrating, but then you have to play some more, and then you got to take a break, but then you got to come back to it, and you can't let it defeat you. Too much time. Too much time on the piano minigame.
I wish they would center the damn like indicator like in the center of the screen, so you're not just like looking off to the side, you know?
Okay.
But overall, the piano minigame was pretty good.
One more question, and then they're going to start telling us to go. I was told 4:30, you have to get out of here. And I'm like, a little bit more? They're like, no. I got a very stern look from Tech in the back. But they did all this setup, so I'm going to be really nice. So I'm going to give the last question to Britt. I think it's a good question. What is your favorite aspect of Cloud and Tifa's relationship? I can't.
This feels loaded. I guess it's the history. I think in my own life, when I've had relationships with people that go back to when I was a child, and you've still stayed in contact with them, or they're still close in your, in your life, those are the most special relationships for me. So I think the Tifa and Cloud relationship is obviously complex and complicated, and
I wish they had asked more about
in some ways,
Aerith and
but I do
Tifa.
love how much they care for each other, and I think underneath it all, that like rock solid love, friendship, history that you have with someone at such a young age that can last you through a lifetime is really so beautiful and rare. So I think, that's just really special, and I love that about them.
That's more of how I see the relationship as like more of like a.
But it is about that. It is about that time, though.
It's like a friendship
we wanted to give everyone
that's
an
rooted
opportunity to
in
make
understanding
closing
and love, and not
comments to you,
necessarily
the
like
audience.
a romantic
And then
relationship.
We have 2 special videos also from our special guests
But-
before we end the panel.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
I mean, it seems clear that Tifa, or like the voice actress for Tifa, like doesn't like see them as a pairing.
Yeah.
Even though like that's
They're
what
gonna kick us off
people
the stage in about
want
11 minutes.
them
All right,
to
I'm a little
be.
fast. Thank you. Thank y'all. I love you. I love y'all.
What are we getting now
Thank you
after
very,
this?
very much.
It looks like there's a ton more. I don't understand.
I know we were supposed to be done signing autographs today. I'm going to go back for an hour from 5 to whenever we close down. I think it's 6. I just want to make sure we get everybody we possibly can today and then tomorrow too. Much love.
I actually really like the
Same
voice
as
actor
John's
for
note,
Barrett.
I'll be there till the end. But I just wanted to say that I think every actor has that one special project that feels like home. And to me, I think Final Fantasy VII and Square Enix have made me feel like this is home for me. So
Aw.
thank you.
That's sweet. What is this hoodie
feel
she's
so
wearing? I
honored
want
to be
to
a part
see
of
the
this
back
game
of
and
it.
a part of this community. And Final Fantasy VIII was my all-time favorite game growing up. So to be in this universe is really, really special to me. And I will close with my favorite Nanaki line, which is not 100% accurate, but he says, "I am Nanaki, son of Seto and protector of Cosmo Canyon."
Woo! That's cute.
I don't know how I'm going to top that, so I'm just going to say thank you. It's so lovely to meet all of you. Thank you so much for all the effort that you put into the game. I'm honored to be a part of it, and thank all of you.
Do you guys think
There are
that
no words for
Jesse's
what an honor it is
jaded?
to be part of this
I keep
franchise,
saying
this
the
wonderful creative
character
vision,
names,
to
not the
share
voice.
stage with these
Erica, do you think
people and these
Erica is
wonderful human
jaded?
beings, and with all of you, thanks for letting me
She
come
seems
and play, guys.
uninterested,
It may not
right?
to fly, but you guys make me feel
Like,
I am
I don't know what it is.
So thank you.
It's making me not like her. It's a little frustrating.
Thank you all so much. This is truly, I mean, like what everyone said, an honor and a real gift. You know,
It might just be her personality. I'm not
and
sure,
this
but
community has just been so incredible in welcoming us, and coming out to, see us on a weekend like this means so much genuinely. So thank you so much for the support. We really do appreciate it.
I feel very, very much the same. It is the absolute highlight of my life to be a part of this project. And John, you started this, just so you know. Thank you all to all of you. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. But thank you all so much to all of you.
because we would not be here if it wasn't for you.
It's true.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Yeah.
オリジナルの FF7 にはいなかったチャドリーという男の子に出会えたことで
I wonder why they didn't get more of the Japanese cast,
お会いできたんだなと
the
思う
voice
と
cast, like on this panel. Is it just
クラウドさんに会えた
travel
よう
with
に
travel difficulties or
素敵
what? I don't
な
know.
出会いをいただけたなと思っております。
Skip his dialogue.
Yeah, to be able to
What do you
play an
mean?
original character, and be able to come to such a wonderful place and meet all of these people.
You're trying to
based
skip
on
his dialogue
the character
IRL
that didn't
too?
exist. I feel
Rude.
just as gifted as the day that I met Cloud to be able to meet you here. So thank you so much for coming.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
ユフィは私の声優人生の大半を共に過ごしています。
So I've spent a majority of my career playing Yuffie.
なので、一番最初にユフィに出会わせてくれたその時のチャンスをくれた方にもとても感謝をしています。
I can't be more grateful to the person who cast me for my first appearance as Yuffie.
それから、こうやって皆様に愛される作品、長く愛される作品に育っていったことは本当に皆様の応援のおかげだと思っています。
And being able to continue playing that
Yuffie's
role,
mother.
such a beloved title by all of you, has been a real honor.
はい、そしてありがとうございます。アメリカでもとても素敵な声優さんたちがキャラクターを生き生きと私たちと一緒に育ててくれているので、
Are you calling the voice actress
日本の私たちも負けないようにこれから
Yuffie's
も
mother, or are you talking
皆さん
about
応
like
援してください。よろしくお願いし
Yuffie's
ます。
mother in game or
So,
something?
just as the American voice actors are making it popular to even more people, we're going to continue working it hard in Japan to even bring you more content. Thank you all.
ありがとね。
Aw, that's cute. She's practically Yuffie's mother. It's
人
true,
生
I
の
guess.
大半を占めておりまして
She kind of been around the whole time, huh?
He goes, I've spent a majority of my life playing Ketsi.
まあそれは嘘で
That's a total lie, of course.
でもこれだけ、世界中の方から愛される作品に、
This guy's a
参
character
加
for
させてい
sure.
ただいているっていうのは本当に素晴らしいことだと思ってます。
But being involved in a title that's so beloved all around the world is an amazing thing.
もう皆さんあってのファイナルファンタジー7でございます。
And of course, all of it is thanks to people like you out there.
今度僕がアメリカに来るときはぜひケットシーのコスプレをお願いします。
And all I ask the next time I come to the United States, I want to see more Ketsi costumes out there.
レッドも、レッド13も。
And of course, Red 13 too.
I already showed the Red 13 cosplay from the orchestra that I went to.
I hope to see you again soon. Thank you so much.
今日はたくさん来てくださってありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming today.
これだけたくさんの方々に愛される作品に、開発としてこう携わることができて、こんな幸せな人生はないかなと思ってます。
Being able to be involved in this wonderful title that's so beloved by all of you and more, I don't think there's any perfect life better than this.
Thank you.
I'm gonna cry.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I'm so moved.
ちょっとクールダウンクールダウンさっきまあこれからもいろいろこうゲームを作っていくんで、引き続き支えてくださったら嬉しいです。
We're gonna work our hardest at delivering the best next game for you all, so please hold on.
This is a lot. It's a tall order.
あと声優の方々こうキャラクターに命を吹き込むすごい仕事だと思ってるんで、ものすごく尊敬してます。
And to all of the voice actors here with us on the stage and that helped make this game a reality, I know you've put all of your hearts and souls into it, and I'm so grateful.
I'm happy to see like him recognizing.
They're so surprised.
So real WK. It's true.
Oh wait, no, he's always like this.
How you doing, Lily? It's good to see you.
I love Otakon. 今日は本当にオタコンに来れて良かったと思っています。
I'm so happy that we were able to come today.
素敵な皆さんにも会いましたし、まさにアメリカのボイスアクター、日本のボイスアクターともこのような場を設けて、さらにそういう機会
They have the best crowd. They really do. I'm happy to see like the recognition of like the English voice staff.
Special opportunity of having both our English and Japanese voice casts together on stage for the first time, and so I'd like to say my utmost thanks to you too, the organizers of Otacon and the supporters for making this happen.
I just wish there were more of the Japanese staff, you know?
No, I'm not going to start too. Stop.
Also, why wasn't Cloud here?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Please,
Sorry.
please.
The voice actor for Cloud. Hello? Or like, where was he? I think everyone else was here except for Sephiroth
towards this game.
and Cloud. That's weird. Probably busy. Kind of sucks, right?
And as game developers and creators, your passion and all of this support is what really fuels us and serves as inspiration.
I also would have loved to have seen Zach as well, you know? At least they kept some of the German voices from the movie in Kingdom Hearts.
This is all thanks to you guys.
Sephiroth VA almost never discusses the game for some reason.
It's been an honor. Thank you so much, everyone.
Wonder why that is. I mean, probably just doesn't want to be criticized or whatever.
こうやって受け取ることができて非常に今日はねパワーをもらいました。
Just feeling this heartfelt passion from every one of you today is giving me so much strength.
そしてねこのリメイクリバースとその2作品ね非常にここにいらっしゃるねアクターの皆さんに非常に素晴らしいね作品をね一緒に作り上げてこれたってことをね改めて実感したので改めてここでねお礼を申し上げたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
And of course, this couldn't have been possible without the support of all of us on stage and more to create both of these wonderful titles, Remake and Rebirth. And we will be, needing your support as we venture on to our third title as well. So thank you so much.
I wonder when they're going to announce the third title. Do you think it'll be this year?
ファイ ァイナルファンタジー7リバースのね、皆さんゲームを終えられて、非常にゲームプレイに関してはね、満足してもらったと思うんですけども、
Maybe?
ストーリーに関しては、
Guess we'll see, huh?
ラストシーン非常にこうもやもやしているのかなと思っています。
And of course, we have received a ton of positive feedback on the gameplay for the Final Fantasy Rebirth. And at the same time, I know we have a lot of feedback from
You bet it'll
people
be
who,
named
like, what
Final Fantasy 7 Reunion. See, I think that too.
まあでもあと数年
Lily thinks that, or not Lily, Diana thinks that it is going to be Reunite.
that realm of maybe a bit of confusion a little bit longer.
まあただしね、皆さんこうパワーもらって必ずや非常にこう感動できる完結編を、その3作目完結編を、我々制作したいと思いますので、ぜひ期待して待っててください。
But in the midst of it all, with this panel and receiving all this power and passion, feeling your energy for this title and franchise, we're just going to keep going and be able to offer you this amazing conclusion to this title. So please stay tuned.
Woo! Gotta admit, you can't wait to see the final Genova and Safer Sephiroth. It's gonna be crazy.
北さんは泣かなくていいんですか？
私は泣きません。私は泣かないですから。
I'm not gonna cry.
Teaser this year and release date in 2027.
Thank you so much.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, we got 2 more goodbyes, and we are done with the panel.
Final note, I just wanted to say thank you so much to the entire crew at Square Enix, America and Japan, for entrusting all of us, but entrusting me with this character, this beloved character by the community and myself. A big shout out to this incredible voice cast, on top of the fact that they're all so good at what they do and bring these characters to life.
Looking forward to seeing more of Vincent.
Getting to know them, getting to meet them, getting to hang with them and
in the
spend
next
time.
game.
They're the sweetest, most genuine cast, and I am floored and honored that I get to consider myself among them. And a big final thank you to the community. You've all been incredible. I've been with you. I've been part of you for my entire adult life.
Let us embrace whatever it brings,
it's
for sure.
Such a cool experience to
it's going to
share
be
this passion with all of you, and
it's going to be a
look forward to
beautiful
doing
game
so
regardless of the
continuously
outcome.
for many years to come. So thank you all so much.
The amount of work and effort that's going into it, like, how could it not be,
And to be part of the Final Fantasy franchise now is nothing less than an absolute honor and privilege for me. Not just because of the legacy of the game and how famous Final Fantasy has become, but because it's been, I think I've discovered that it's perhaps one of the most incredible and amazing stories I have ever experienced. And every person involved in the creative process, every member of the team is an absolute artist in their own right, and I feel so lucky to be working alongside people of such an incredibly high caliber, and to make something that is so universally loved and just so amazing to play and to experience and to watch. And then that also extends to the fandom and the family of Final Fantasy, which is a family like no other. And I've been so lucky that I've been so warmly welcomed into the family from the fans with enthusiasm and with love and with generosity, and I can't thank everyone enough. I was nervous coming into it, and everyone has made this job and this experience so wonderful. So to all of you out there, thank you so much. It means the world to me. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you to all the North American voice actors. Thank you to all the Japanese voice actors. Thank you to the development team for coming out. And thank you most of all. Thank you, Orchestra, for having us.
Walking city streets with worn cobblestone.
All right, chat.
Listening to people rush.
that's gonna do it. That is gonna do it for me. Thank you so much for joining in for the stream to talk about Final Fantasy VII and my obsession with it, my theories, recap for what I experienced, and then also just like, you know, talking about what theories that I have and everything. Like, it was a ton of fun. It was also great to like go through and watch interviews and everything. And I'm happy that you guys got to join in for that. I am looking forward to the next installment of this game, and I can't wait. The next time that we play a Final Fantasy VII game will be before the release, of course. I'm going to try and play through all of Remake and all of Rebirth on hard and beat both of them prior to the release of the third installment. So that is when you'll see me next for Final Fantasy VII. Until then, have a good night.